case should not be dealt with whatsoever.
I don't know what's the approach, Chair, because the thing that I'm told that she mentioned, some are too personal, some are too sensitive, some are very sensitive, Chair. You see, I'm being implicated in many things there. You see, I feel that I need to respond formally and legally. Because I've been responding to these things, and these things are growing. Everyone wakes up thinking about Mkwanas and submit and submit and submit.
I will say this to you, Commissioner. Well, some of the things she has said are new, but it is not as if looking at the broader scheme of things, these are matters that you know nothing about. And I'm using broader scheme of things advisedly. It's a careful choice of words.
Yes, Chair.
It's something that you've already given evidence on. You have testified. You have given your version, the effect of which is basically to deny what witness K says with regard to the broader scheme of things, if you see what I mean. So it's not as if she came here and spoke about the things that you are completely in the dark about. For example, on the question whether you were part of a scheme to steal these stones from Kilani, you have said you were not. You have said in so many ways that this was a police operation to bring a halt to the unlawful sale of stones through social media. You have given that version. And you have said that in that operation, you were working together with you as Eguruleni,
Yes.
Or rather EMPD, were working together with JMPD. And I think the JMPD person you mentioned is Officer Masuku. Or am I wrong? Maseko, I'm sorry. Officer Maseko. And that during the operation, when your two officers were there at the apartment, you went there, you arrived at the scene, but were there for a very short period, and you left for some other engagement elsewhere. So it's something you actually have a version on. The effect of which is that you are basically not agreeing with what witness K is saying. So it's not as if she testified to issues or matters that you are completely in the dark about. So my view is that let us go ahead with whatever else Ms. Silo has. You will then have time to go through her statement. Unfortunately, I doubt that the transcript itself is available at this stage. So go through that statement when you find time, and I think you will find time, either during the tea break or even the lunch break. And we should be able to finalize your testimony with regard to what Witness K testified about. We should be. But to address the disadvantage you referred to, or indeed the possible unfairness that you suggest, if you want to, you may file an affidavit addressing whatever else you feel may not have been sufficiently addressed in your testimony here in open session. That's how I am directing matters should unfold.
Thank you, Chair.
And I'm doing that in terms of our, is it regulations or rules? I have the power to direct how or rather to regulate our process. I have that power, and I'm exercising it along the lines that I've explained to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sildo?
Thank you, Chair. I will adjust my plan somehow to accommodate that. Perhaps Commissioner Mkwanazi may try to work through that witness case. Okay,
Sorry,
apparently I'm
Commissioner.
inaudible to Commissioner Mkwanazi. My apologies. I was saying then Commissioner Mkwanazi would use the tea break to work through witness case, a 6-page statement, and to the extent he needs more time, he may use part of the lunch. And once again, I'll try and adjust to accommodate him in that regard. So, Commissioners, you'll forgive me if the order of things is not particularly logical because of these adjustments I have to make. But then perhaps the starting point would be the WhatsApp messages and communication between Commissioner Mkwanazi and Mr. Van Wyk, which Advocate Charles Carlson dealt with, as it did 2 days ago. Commissioners, you will recall that previously, during April, I had engaged Commissioner Mkwanazi on some of those chats and documentation shared. But as Advocate Charles Carlson, I think, pointed out to the commissioners at the time, and what we provided to Commissioner Mkwanazi was what we had available. It was not the complete chats. Now, as of recently, this weekend, we now have the full chats, and they've been shared with Commissioner Mkwanazi. So Commissioner Mkwanazi may have seen at the previous sitting some of these chats, but incomplete. We now have the complete version, and would like to clarify and raise some issues that we could potentially have previously touched upon. And I think his response most of the time at the time was, he doesn't remember. It is 2021. We are hoping now with the fuller set of chats, and in particular the audios exchange between himself and Mr. Van Wyk, that would trigger his memory, and he would have a better understanding, and therefore better able to place the commissioners in a light that understands what was transpiring during the course of engagement. I would like then to start with a document, Commissioner Mkwanazi, that was shared with you by Mr. Van Wyk. If we could turn to the file on WhatsApp messages between Mr. Van Wyk and yourself. I will project.
What's written on the spine?
What's written on the spine should be give me that. I hope it reads WhatsApp messages.
Evidence bundle, Mike Van Wyk evidence bundle.
That's correct. And that is the bundle that was shared with Mr. Mkwanazi. For the, not too far, Commissioner, not too far, because I want to refer firstly to the exchange in the WhatsApp messages, and then I will revert to the evidence bundle. Well, I will project if you scroll up a bit, perhaps before that document you will see was shared with you by Mr. Van Wyk. Do you recall receiving this document?
What page is this? Sorry.
Page 56. It should be page 56 of 167.
56 is CJC 289. Maybe let's look, maybe it's another bundle altogether.
289. Now, I don't have 289, and it's not for Mr. Mkwanazi.
I don't have
It's
the
not-
bundle.
What did you open before him? Apologies, Mr. Mkwanazi, Commissioner Mkwanazi, the bundle is being availed to you now. I think Commissioner Kumalo has located it.
Let's just be clear, what are we looking for? The clearance certificate?
We are looking for the clearance certificate.
615. That's file 3. Silo, we dealt with it previously as CJC 139 when he was last here.
Yes, and it is 139, but I wanted to locate it in the context of the chats that they had. At 131, it's just the actual certificate, seemingly extracted from the chats, but without context. Thank you.
But where we are, it's CJC 292, am I correct?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Noted. Have you located the certificate in the chats, Commissioner Mkwanazi?
Yes, I'm able to get the clearance certificate.
Sorry, please say that again.
Yes, page 615, yes.
Okay. Now, that document was shared with you by Mr. Van Wyk. Do you see from the chat?
Sorry.
Did you take it out of the file? I fear you might
No, so that
misplace it.
I can
Okay.
say, yes. I usually do like that, I know it. But
Okay.
it becomes simpler for me.
So, it was shared with you by Mr. Van Wyk.
Yes, I can see that.
Can you perhaps explain to the Commission what was the purpose of sharing that certificate with you?
You remember, as I've said, that we wanted to establish the Peace Corps,
Yes.
as you questioned. Then there was this process from our guys that are doing that. No, you can't just do it. People must have, they must check fingerprint first. You can't take a person with criminal record to be a Peace Corps.
Okay.
You see, then that was the communication. That was all about that. And they've said that when they do these things, you see, it must via SAPS so that it must be cleared. And they detected when they were doing these things in their, how they do it. They know how they do it. You see, when they detected that some of the guys that wanted to be part are having criminal records, or there are two guys, a black and white guy, that are having those criminal records. It was all about that. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember very well.
So you received that certificate, and did you accept it? And did made whatever preparations to have Mr. Madlanga registered with EMPD as a Peace Corps?
Not only Mr. Madlanga, to have all the guys that wanted to be part of the program.
But specifically, you accepted that clearance certificate.
Yes, I think the two guys that were, when they say black guy, I think it was him and another white guy.
Are you,
Two people, yes.
are you able to distinguish between a fraudulent and a real clearance certificate?
No, I don't work with this thing. I know nothing about them.
So you could be given any document headed clearance certificate and you'll accept it.
But with them, that team that was able to detect, I don't think they're able, because they don't work as APS. We are in EMPD, not in SAPS. We can't determine, you can't clarify, you can't approve any SAPS document, and you can't detect that it's the fraudulent or it's not the fraudulent.
Do you satisfy yourself that it is not fraudulent before you act upon it?
Do I?
Yes.
No, I was not the one who was working with them. Mine, it was to submit the way I got it from Mike. You see, them, it was them to check and everything. But as I see it, I couldn't tell that is it correct or not, because I've never in my life even seen the correct one and this one. In fact, I've never seen a clearance document except this document in my life.
I asked because you recall in our last engagement, you explained that you had come up with this idea of establishing a cohort of peace officers.
Yes, you're correct.
We looked at the law, you recall, the Criminal Procedure Act, to try and determine what is a peace officer and what are their powers. You remember that engagement?
You are correct, you're correct.
As I understand your communication with Mr. Van Wyk, this document is submitted to you to indicate that Mr. Madlanga has got a clearance certificate from SAPS to enable you to process him for that purpose. Do you appreciate that?
Yes.
So you are saying that you are unable to determine or to verify that the certificate is real or not, and upon mere receipt you proceed and you prepare Mr. Madlanga to be registered as a police officer, no, a peace officer for the EMPD. Is that what you're saying?
Let me repeat what I've said before and what I'm saying now. It's that all the people that, like in EMPD, all the people that were done fingerprints, it was two black people, it was two people, a white and a black person. That's how we were able to detect through fingerprints of SAPS. We were doing fingerprint with SAPS, that it was two. Then it was said, let them get, I think when I communicated with the team, they said they must get a clearance certificate. And that certificate that was forwarded to us. Then with us, we're not a specialist of this document. We can't prove that it is a correct or it is not a correct one. It is only SAP that can prove that, not us as EMPD.
And what would your attitude to the document be if you are told that the document is fraudulent?
Because I've already read the statement yesterday in affidavit, I will agree with that affidavit because it comes from SAPS. Now I'm at another advantage or another stage because yesterday I was able to read the document, an affidavit that comes from SAPS that says it is a fraudulent. But again, she's also saying in that affidavit, it may look like it is exactly one, because even with SAPS too, but that one at least, that person is a specialist. You see, to a person who doesn't know, it may look like it is an original in their statement, you see, but it is not the original, you see. And my answer is that because I read it yesterday, you see, that is not, it is a fraudulent document. I agree because I can't contest that. I agree with that because she's a specialist, she's working with these documents.
And
I'm saying I'm agreeing with you because I read it yesterday. It says it is a fraudulent document.
And let's go to that affidavit. It appears in your exhibit bundle at page 315. Sorry, my apologies, not 315. 308.
The same bundle?
No, your evidence bundle now. You're going to be assisted in a short while. Now, that's the affidavit you say was shared with you yesterday.
Yes, yes.
And if you go to page 310, that affidavit deals with the specific certificate. And basically from the top of page 310, it is, I guess to some extent technical. It explains how a clearance certificate is checked and cross-checked and identified. And to this end, it explains that from the third line, the application for police clearance certificates gets assigned a unique reference number.
Sorry, you're saying third line, paragraph 1.
I am 310, are you at page 310?
Yes, page 310, yes.
Yes, 310.
Yes.
That paragraph starts with that page with the words, the police clearance certificate dated
Yes.
13 December 21.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now I've skipped to the third line, which would be the second sentence there. That starts with the words, the application for police clearance certificate. Do you see
Yes.
that? So it says, the deponent here says that that document gets assigned a unique reference number upon registration and a unique transaction number on printing of the certificate. The inquiry number and the transaction number must link to one police clearance certificate at all times. At paragraph 6, it continues to state that the PCC, that's a police clearance certificate, purportedly issued to Mr. Madlanga, has a discrepancy with regard to the unique transaction number and the inquiry number, which do not reconcile to a specific police clearance certificate in question. The unique transaction number is linked to a different inquiry number, which has been allocated to a police clearance certificate issued to somebody dated 19 August 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
At paragraph 7, it continues, the inquiry number stated on the fraudulent PCC purported to have been issued to Mr. Madlanga does not exist, nor relate to transaction number as specified. This implies that the South African Police Service SAPS did not receive the specific request from Mr. Madlanga to issue a PCC. Therefore, the PCC with that inquiry number and transaction number was not issued by SAPS. The signature of the fraudulent PCC appears to have been forged, although there are some features that resemble those of the authorized person. It continues at 8 that it can be confirmed that Mr. Madlanga applied around the period in question for a PCC with a specific inquiry number which was issued on 01/06/2021 and a police clearance report with Springs Local Criminal Record Center inquiry number as stated, issued on 15 December 2021, whereby the two criminal convictions, the two Sinovel cases recorded on his name were reflecting on the aforesaid documents. Mr. Madlanga previously applied for police clearance certificate with stated inquiry numbers issued on 4th of July 2017. And that document and those documents reflected the previous convictions that he held. It continues at paragraph 10, Mr. Vusimus Madlanga's convictions for two offenses of housebreaking and theft, states there, gives their details, sentenced to 4 years imprisonment per count, and the court further ordered that 2 years imprisonment imposed on charge 2 run concurrently with the sentence imposed on charge 1 in terms of section 280 of the CPA. At 11, it is further stated that the criminal record report was issued on 29/01/2018 with that inquiry number for a firearm to Central Firearm Register of Division, Visible Policing, to proceed with the application process. And this office does not have a role to approve or reject issuing of firearm license. And lastly, at paragraph 12, it states, on 27 March 2026, the city manager of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality was informed about the fraudulent PCC in case it was utilized for bidding processes. Now, that affidavit tells us that based on a number of factors, that document is fraudulent. You say firstly, you have no ability to determine whether or not the document is real or fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
You say you took no steps to verify that the document is indeed valid, either by engaging SAPS or the issuer of that document to satisfy yourself that it is not fraudulent. You didn't take those steps.
Yes, but as I've said, that even the document says that this document or this clearance certificate, it may look like it is valid. You see, and again, when you look at it, it's having SAPS stamps and everything, and it's coming from Pretoria headquarters and everything, you see. I think the team there, when they checked it, so our powers are limited, as I've said, that to fingerprints. If the fingerprints say no, if they jump the process of fingerprint, it was going to be the other process. If they registered or they allowed those people with criminal records without taking them through SAPS fingerprint, it was going to be something. But now they followed the process and say these are the fingerprint. All the people that wanted to be Peace Corps, they must via through the same process, and it was done like that. You see, it was for two people.
Please proceed.
I'm saying it was for two people. I wonder why the other one is not here, so that we can check it too.
Now, I'm interested in this particular one because thanks to your process, that initiated by you to establish this cohort of police officers with extensive powers akin to a police officer,
No, you are putting it incorrect. I've testified on that. I've clarified that thing. When you question me, you are twisting it now. You are starting to play with words now. And it is recorded, it's on record.
In our last engagement, I informed you that the notion of peace officer arises from law. It is contained in the Criminal Procedure Act. The CPA determines who is a peace officer and what powers the peace officer has. And the person you were about to bestow such powers on would be able to put themselves out there as a police officer, and that would be understood within the context of the law.
You are correct, and I've clarified our understanding, our approach about this thing, and the real objective that we wanted to achieve. I even mentioned that the same process is happening in the city of Cape Town, Metropolis of Cape Town. They're having such corps with limited powers and with the specified duties and responsibilities. I clarified that. I raised it. I know that we took something like 30 minutes discussing, raising on that, but I clarified my book. You even showed in this big screen. I said, no, I've seen it, but our approach is this. You see, not what you have said, or not what you are saying now.
So, I accept what you say you thought a peace officer was. And I think I indicated last time that you were wrong to think that that is a peace officer. The peace officer is as defined in the Criminal Procedure Act. You can't redefine that.
Can I raise something? I know it's out of this. Law enforcement officers are having peace corps that are not having the same powers like you put it in the Act. You see, peace corps, they do different duties and responsibilities, you see, in terms of Metro's bylaws or in terms of different bylaws within the city or the laws of the cities. For example, we are having peace corps, the traffic wardens, they are peace corps, those people in the province. And their duties and responsibilities, they are not the same powers of the commissioners of oath, of the judges and everything. But the mandate of them, they are giving different mandates. And it's happening in this country, it's taking place. And wanted to cope the good thing that City of Cape Town is doing. Because to get people that are having resources and everything to come and assist in terms of fighting crime. That was our objective. But I'm not saying the act is wrong. But I'm saying our approach was not the same approach as the way you put it. I don't want to start the same discussion that we had previously. But I'm trying to clarify or to repeat what I've said last time. Thank you, Commissioner.
So, Commissioner, are you saying you are not talking about peace officers? You are talking about something else?
Peace Corps, yes.
Yeah. And is this corps with CORPS or is it COPS?
You could.
I do remember.
I understand what you're
or
saying.
Or is it corpses
yes,
in police?
Yes, I understand what you're
Corpses
saying.
in police.
But not in police.
Yeah, I
as
do remember.
volunteers.
I do remember reading your latest statement, reference to the comparison you make about something happening in Cape Town.
Yes.
But I'm not sure now of how you have spelt what you are referring to insofar as it relates to Cape Town or what you wanted to establish
Yes.
in Egoruleni. But I was interested to know whether you're talking corpses in police or whether you're talking CORPS.
No, they won't have powers as police because police officers are appointed differently.
Okay.
They must undergo training.
But the simple point is that you are not talking about peace officers.
Yes, Commissioner.
And can you explain fully what the powers of these peace corps would have been?
Yes.
As fully as possible.
Yes. The objective, as I've said before, is that to assist us in terms of our traffic lights, in terms of traffic lights conducting traffic in peak hours, to assist when school children are passing or going to school. You see, secondly, on weekends we have challenges of funerals and other things that are taking place, or events that are taking place within the city, and we've got limited officers. You see, if we're having those volunteers, and those volunteers again are going to assist because they are not charging us anything, it's just volunteers, people that are assisting. But when you have officers, it's double overtime, double overtime. It was a strategy of making sure that we're having those people that are assisting. And secondly, we said we wanted to identify from security companies that are well established, that are working, because they're already operational, they understand, they're assisting us in terms of fighting crime and other things. They respond in terms of emergencies and other. That was the approach that we want to come up with.
So effectively they would do, or rather perform the functions of EMPD members. I'm not necessarily saying all such functions.
Yes.
Certain specified functions of the EMPD.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Just for the record, just so you remember, when during your testimony when we engaged on this issue, you consistently referred to them as police peace officers. That's the term you used.
No, you came with peace officer. I said peace corps. Or if let's say, for argument's sake, I think I was wrong maybe to use peace officer, but I know you are the one who came with peace officer when you were presenting it. You started with it. When we were starting, you said, do you understand the peace officer? This is the peace officer. Then that's where our engagement started. And say, no. Your understanding and our approach is two different things. But maybe when I was questioning, I said peace officer. Let me correct it. Not the officer that, let's say peace corps.
And in your engagement with Mr. Van Wyk, you consistently refer to them as peace officers. And you are Mr. Van Wyk is looking to obtain the peace officer cards. That's how you and Mr. Van Wyk communicate. Am I wrong?
I think maybe it was the understanding between the two of us. But the way you clarified it here and the way and our approach is two different things.
Nonetheless, then at least you accept that those so-called peace corps would have some powers of the EMPD members.
Yeah, it's traffic control and assist in terms of scholar patrols and those things, yes.
So why do they need police clearance for that purpose if they are going to conduct traffic only?
You can't allow a criminal to work with school kids to control traffic because people are taking advantage.
You are about to.
May I continue?
Oh, my apologies.
You asked me a question.
Yeah.
Now you distracted me. But I wanted to say, you can't allow people that are doing wrong things to come and work with communities direct traffic, they will take advantage of that. I know that Commissioner Baloyi, sorry to refer to you, you raised that thing on the first day, on my first and second day, but you really understood what this memorandum of understanding was saying. You are talking this, but the memorandum of understanding this, and the chairperson even asked, who crafted this? And you also asked, who crafted this? I even said, no, Mike crafted and gave it to us, and we said, but we really understood exactly what are the other content of this big document and everything. I know we had that engagement, you see. But our objective was to make sure that everyone who is there is not a criminal.
So you accept that you did not know enough to determine whether or not you can extend any powers to anybody to assume powers or some powers or responsibilities of EMPD members, because you could not, one, you had no ability to verify the authenticity of that document, and secondly, that you yourself took no steps to authenticate it. You accepted it at face value, notwithstanding the fact that you are receiving it from a civilian, not directly from SAPS.
But the law says a civilian must go direct and bring a clearance. Even now, when we are employing people at the city of Ekurhuleni, now it's extended not only to EMPD. The city now, everyone gets employed in the city. They are saying, if you have a criminal record, go and get that clearance certificate, and you must bring in that clearance certificate to the city.
And this one was given to you by a third party, Mr. Van Wyk, not even by the owner of the
No, it was
the
sent to me.
purported owner
You are
of
correct.
the certificate.
You are
Yes.
correct. Yes, you are correct.
Can I just find out? So when you received the certificate from Mr. Van Wyk, what did you do with it? What is your process of getting this into the EMPD system? You received it, what happened?
No, there are other teams that are working with it. Mine was to take it to other teams with them and say, this is a clearance certificate, they just look at, because they know these things. It was for the first time for me, I don't work with this, to see a clearance certificate.
So you took it to somebody else?
Yes, yes,
Who are those other teams? Is it a department? Is it a person?
No, they're within the department, they work with this thing. It's a team that usually deals with our recruitment and check the fingerprints and everything. It's a different team from the operations team.
What is that department called? You must have given it to someone specific.
Yes, I was sick. And that time, now the structure has changed. But they are under training division. They were under training division that time.
So you would have given it to somebody in the training division?
Yes, if I remember correctly, yes. And again, I even mentioned that there's another guy again who deals with our processing of appointment cards or anything, you see.
Okay. So specifically, who did you give it to in the training division? If we wanted to ask questions
yes.
about how they processed the certificate, what did they do with it?
Yes.
Who do we speak to?
The team that detected, or the team that was doing fingerprint, it's Sub Mukwana.
In the training division?
Yes.
Mukwana.
Yes. Superintendent Mukwana.
Sue?
Superintendent.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, he knows this thing better than I.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
No, she knows, sorry, she's a female. Humble apology.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. In response to the last question by Ms. Sillo, you said something like, you'll correct me if I misheard you. You said something like, if you have a criminal record, we then require you to get clearance from SAPS. Did you say something like
yes,
that?
Yes, the city does that, yes.
Yes. What exactly does that mean? If you have a criminal record, you have it. You can't sanitize that. So what sort of clearance do you expect the person to get from SAPS?
Yes. Other people may find that they were convicted for stealing 10 years ago. Some were convicted for minor crimes, and they're applying not only at EMPD, Parks Department, waste collection and everything, but the city strict now say everyone must via. You see, then you must via and get that you were cleared to apply for, to be cleared to do any processes. Some have done the processes, but they've really tell you, no, I'm cleared long time ago. But in our system, or when they're doing that system, it still reflects that, no, this person is still having this. Then they'll go and get that and come and say,
And what sort of form does that clearance take? Does it say no previous convictions? What? Just the form. I'm interested to.
Chair, I will lie to you. I haven't worked direct with those things. It is it's other divisions or people that are working on that. But I know this is the process that will tell you are undergoing these processes. You see, but in terms of the format, that this is it, and what is writing in that, you see, you are cleared. If it's a rape case or what, I don't know what the processes that are done. But I know all of them, they are sending them to Pretoria. They go to Springs says that, no, they're not, they must go to Pretoria in order for you to be processed or to be cleared. And sometimes they do what is espionage, or they go there to ask for indemnity in terms of to the president or in terms of the state. They will do all those processes. Some they bring certificates, some they are declined, they don't come back with those things and are not employed.
Thank you.
But some are in the system, I don't know how.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
But sorry, Commissioner, but everyone is being directed to Pretoria. Whether you're in Ekurhuleni or where, they are saying Pretoria head office,
Subs Pretoria.
Yes, Subs Pretoria head office. It is the only one that does that.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And lastly, I think earlier you indicated that you hand over these documents to somebody else within EMPD to process these peace officer people.
Yes.
And cards.
It is two, ne?
Okay.
Commissioner Baloyi, the other one I mentioned last time, it was Supu Mkwanazi. Yes, but they are working in two different divisions, but they're working together in terms of these processes. After this one has been finalized, one can go, or I can go with that person to this one and say, this is the document.
So, would you know whether or not Mr. Matala did get his peace officer card?
Last time I was asked by Commissioner Baloyi, no, not Baloyi, sorry, Commissioner Kumalo, Baloyi and Sinda, Commissioner Kumalo, that are you sure, definitely sure that these people are still having, these people were having, I said, no, at this moment, at this time, I'm not definitely sure, you see, but are you trying to tell us somebody can go as we're talking, you see, you even emphasize it twice, you see. On that one, I can't give you it because it's a long time ago, and this process didn't go anywhere.
So we don't know.
But they did go to different processes and everything with this certificate. That one I don't want to go. This process, we took this certificate as it was an original certificate, or it was a true certificate.
So perhaps it's for the Commission to determine from EMPD whether, as things stand, Mr. Matlala is a peace officer for the EMPD.
It didn't go anywhere. The process didn't proceed. But it's fine. It's fine, yes.
There is a card I want to share with you to show you. We dealt with it last time.
There is what?
A card.
A card. Oh.
Yes. But unfortunately, we are having technical problems because I wanted to re-engage you on that card and play a voice clip in relation to that card to demonstrate to you that your version regarding this card previously at the Commission was incorrect. So let me just see if we can project the card. It will be in the WhatsApp messages between yourself and Mr. Van Wyk. It is a WhatsApp of the 8th of November 2021. And previously, I'm going to project it. We had indicated that there was this card in your communication with Mr. Van Wyk.
For purposes of the transcript, can you please refer to the file number and CJC number, please?
The CJC number would be CJC 292. Now, because I'm working off a slightly different version, the electronic version.
I hope the page number is the same. It should be.
It will not be the same. If it assists, Chair, our certificate appears at page 615. That's where the certificate we've just engaged
Chair,
on.
May I be protected by you? You know, we engaged on this. I don't remember what I've said. My worry, I don't want to find myself contradicting myself. I know that we stayed on this for an hour. And Commissioner, now I'm correct.
Sorry.
Commissioner Baloyi was on top of it.
Sorry.
And I don't want to find myself contradicting because now I don't remember what I've said. And I'm so cautious about leading evidence leader on these things. She twisted it around.
Oh, Commissioner, I wanted to say, if what you said was factual
Yes.
or truthful,
Yes.
then there should be no risk of you contradicting yourself.
Remember, Commissioner.
If what you said then was what you believed to be the true facts, that must continue to be your belief. I would understand if, for example, or rather 3 years from the time you testified had elapsed. Now it's a matter of what, a few...
You are correct, Commissioner, but you remember, you are 4 now, ne? You ask 5, 6 questions around the issue. You end up being confused. This part I've said, but you've said, but we come with different questions, but asking the same, end up being confused.
Let's try it and see how it goes, Commissioner.
Chair, I'm trying to locate it. You have.
For the transcript, it's CJC 293. We are on page 555.
555.
So that's what he should have as the... It's the file 3, Van Wyk Exhibit Bundle file 3.
Van Wyk Exhibit Bundle File 3.
Let's go by what my colleagues have. The flag on my file is 292. There's no other flag before 555, page 555. But because theirs say 293, then let's go by what theirs have.
It's the same.
Which is CJC 293 then, page 555.
Okay. Just for the record then to say it's the same Van Wyk Exhibit Bundle.
Yes.
From which we extracted the
Yes.
clearance certificate. Yes.
I'm on exactly the same file, file 3.
Except that your
So
numbering is...
it means whoever flagged my file did not do it correctly. Anyway,
Apologize for that, Chair.
let's
Apologize
go.
for
Let's
that.
go.
Are you winning? That would have been shared on the 8th of November 2021. Have you located it, Commissioner?
It's 523.
523. Yes. On the top of that WhatsApp message is the 8th of November 2021 at 08:35.
It's not it. No, it's not it. There's no 5.
Have you located it now, Commissioner?
2903 2025.
2903,
Yes,
2025.
yes.
Is that the date of the WhatsApp message?
It's not also. She's talking.
Is that page, Commissioner? Is that page 555? 555.
555.
It should be CJC 293. Or if you have my problem, it would be 292.
555.
Sorry. Mr. Mapopa? Mr. Mapopa? Can you please, you found it? You found it? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we dealt with that card in April in isolation, and the question to you was, what was that card and what was it intended to achieve? And your response was, you do not know where that came from. Do you remember?
No, I didn't say I don't remember where it came from. It's clear. It says it came from Mike. But I think I differed with what was presented to me. This was an appointment card. I say we don't have, I've said we don't have such appointment cards as EMPD.
Okay, now, this comes from Mike.
Yes.
It reflects EMPD and Anubis. Anubis is the private security firm that Mr. Van Wyk is a part of, correct?
You're correct, you're correct.
Okay. Then if you go below that picture, which Mr. Van Wyk asks, do you think we can do this so long? Do you see that?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
And then you say, please guide me.
Yes.
Are you following me?
Yes.
Now, below that is an audio clip shared with you by Mr. Van Wyk to guide you as you request regarding this card. Commissioners, this particular bundle cannot play directly, so if you just give us a second to switch to the bundle that will play that audio. It is that audio clip of the 8th of November 2021 at 8:37.
Morning, how you doing? Yeah, just trying to get everything in place now and done, and if we can get somewhere. So this is cards that I see some of the metros are using for people that has a little bit of authority, but we need a letter still to authorize us to use it. Doesn't make us traffic officers. It just says that we work in conjunction with EMPD. I don't know, if you just want to put your mind maybe around it.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
You recall what the conversation was about?
No,
So now that reminds you what that card is.
no, I can recall now because you played that thing last time, and I've answered to it.
I didn't have it last time,
No, you had.
okay?
But that's why I've said we even took close to an hour discussing about this.
My apologies, maybe too much time has
You-
lapsed.
you-
And what
you-
was,
you- sorry,
that's
let me-
fine, I accept. If you say I did play it, the record will show. Now, if you'd be so kind as to remind me then, how did you explain that card to be,
No,
based on the guidance by Mike?
Now, as EMPD, we don't do these cards. We don't have such a card, and this card was not done. So our card are standardized. You don't have a card that mixes with a private company. You don't have dual. Those contracts, I remember there was even instruction in late 90s from one of the city managers warning private companies that are doing services with the city, not only at EMPD, all the private, they would like to put the sticker of the city, or they would like to put something like a sticker of the city with the sticker of a company that is contracted. Then they were told, no, you can't do that, because you're confusing people. People, when you do this, they think that it is the city that has done these things. And criminal take advantage, they put these stickers and do wrong things. It was earlier, I was still a constable, but I know that there was something like that. We don't do this.
Okay, now,
And it was very clear too, even if you can go to anywhere, you can't even find this in our corners or in any corner of the EMPD.
my recollection as prompted by the transcript is slightly different. I had that engagement with you regarding this card on the 16th of April, 2026. And I'm going to project the relevant portion of the transcript where we deal with this card. It's page 152. It will be from about line 16.
Do you have that document?
It's going to be projected as I read it to you.
Ish, no, my worry with you. You only show something that is favoring you. It will be wise to see the conversation, because you are saying it's a transcript. A transcript can't be one paragraph or one sentence.
I'll scroll in any direction you'd
Please.
want me to, to give
Please.
context. Okay? Now, if we are at page 152 at the top there,
152.
152 as on the screen. It starts with Commissioner Mkwanazi, yes, yes. You see on the left of the transcript, there are numbers. There will be 10, 20, and the like. Do you see that?
Wait.
On the left of the document, there is a small number.
Officer, yes.
I'm trying to help us navigate our way through. You see that number 10 there?
10, yes.
Okay. Now, when that indicates that the 10th line in the transcript. So I will refer to it to try and help us locate ourselves. So at that, just 3 lines above that, I say, and if I could ask us to go to page 67 of the bundle. You see that? And then,
67, yeah.
yes, where it says Advocate Sello, and if I could ask us to go to page 67. And then the Commissioner Baloyi thanks me, and then I turn to you to ask you whether you have located the exhibit. You say yes. And at about line 16, you see where it says again, Advocate Sello. I say, now this is a card that reads specialized services for inquiries referred to EMPD Brigadier J.D. Mkwanazi with a number. You see that? You say yes. I say on the left-hand side is the logo for EMPD, if I see it correctly, and on the right is Anubis. Now you can skip the rest, you confirm, yes, you see that. Then I say, now, this is a card that reflects sort of a joint venture or approval of joint operations under the names of both EMPD and Anubis. And it directs whoever is given the card to make any further inquiries to you. You produce that card, did you not? You say no. I ask, who produced that card? And you say, I really do not know, because even the numbers here, I do not know these. Then you can skip to about line 17 there. You say, and we cannot produce this thing, because let me say, I do not know this. So that was our engagement last time. You denied any knowledge of.
No, you are correct. I even said that the numbers, my number, my office number is not this number. The number that I was given, I'm still having the same number. It's for 5-10 years now, more than that. It's the number that you are getting. You are correct.
So now the WhatsApp messages show us that that card was shared with you by Mr. Van Wyk. You asked for guidance. He gave you the guidance, and he says it's for the officers to use to show that they have an association with EMPD when they are stopped. And then, there is no further, you do not dispute that such a card could be issued or that it cannot be issued.
No, I dispute it.
No, I'm saying in your conversation with Mr. Van Wyk.
I get
Yes.
you now. I get you
Yes. So as far as that WhatsApp communication then is concerned, you have your clarification, your guidance, and you conclude by saying, let me come see you tomorrow after 11, my brother. So.
But here he's asking for a question, not guiding me.
Sorry, I missed that. Please say that
I'm
again.
saying he's not guiding me here. He's
Where?
asking, is it doable? Unless I didn't listen it correctly.
He had said, I'll bring it up again, he had said, can we do this so long? And you say, please guide me. And then we played that clip where he explains what that card is and its purpose.
Yes, he's asking. That's what I'm saying. Can we do this for so long? It's a question.
And you never said no.
Yes, I wanted guidance on him.
Then he gave you the
Remember,
guidance.
we're still in the process, you see. And whatever guidance, that means it didn't, his explanation didn't win because we are not doing such things as EMPD. As the city, we are not doing that. There is no appointment card that is collaborated that we are producing with any other privates, whether it's contracted, whether it's providing services, or whether it's those that are doing volunteers with other departments. We don't do such cards.
If
He was trying his luck, but we don't do this.
yeah,
Can
and
you-
apologies. Chief.
Sorry, sorry, Mr. Lolo. Can you tell me what sort of guidance you were expecting from him?
Remember, Commissioner, we're still dealing with this.
Bearing in mind that more than once you've said EMPD does not issue such cards.
Yeah.
So what guidance were you expecting from him?
We are correct, Commissioner. Remember, there was this memorandum of understanding that we are dealing with. Ne? On top of that, is coming up with something, you see. In my mind, maybe he's assisting us with something that can make this thing to move faster. He like to be creative in other things. Ne? That's why I even went to him and said, please clarify that. But on our engagement, I saw that it's impossible to do that. We can't.
No. He sends you let me loosely call it a business card. He
Yes.
sends you that with the two logos, Anubis and EMPD. And he says, can we use this so long?
Yeah, correct.
You ask for guidance.
Yes.
So my question is, what guidance were you expecting?
To clarify on this card, you see.
It's clear. It's very clear. It has the two logos. It has some writing on it. That's very, very clear.
Wrong numbers and everything.
Sorry?
Yes. With wrong numbers and everything. It's clear, I agree with you.
But you would not know that you are taking issue with the wrong number or anything like that. You simply say, please guide me. So my question stands, what sort of guidance were you expecting from him?
Yes, about this card. What type of a card? How is it going to work? What do you want us to work
From
on?
his side, he has shown you what he is suggesting should be used in the meantime. You ask for guidance. What guidance?
I think I'm losing you.
No, it's a very simple question.
Yes, it's a simple
you
question.
You have just, for example, now given what are a lot of what's with regard to the sort of guidance you wanted. He would not have known that you had a lot of what's if you did not communicate those to him. So it's on that basis that I say, in the face of something that he has shown you, what guidance? Because all you say is, please guide me.
Yes, you're correct.
So without more, what guidance did you expect him to give you? If you simply said, please guide me. He has shown you what he's suggesting should be done in the meantime, or so long, as he says. And you say, please guide me. What sort of guidance did you expect from him?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think if I get to now is that how does he want this card to work and how does he want this card to operate? You see, again, on the background that I will be having whatever that I had in my mind. You see.
So you had no problem at
That's
all
right.
with the card itself?
No, Commissioner, if I didn't have a problem, I was going to say, yes, I agree. You see, for the method that...
But the converse is also that if you had a problem, you should have told him that directly or categorically. You can't just say, oh, okay, he says, here's what I'm suggesting, we should use so long. Do you agree? That's the substance of what he was saying. And all you say is, please guide me. If you suggest that you were not agreeing with what he had put together, one would have expected you to say, EMPD does not do such cards, doesn't use such cards. One would have expected you to raise that categorically with him. You did not. All you say is, please guide me. So why did you not raise it categorically then? If your stance, as I understand it to be, as you sit there now, if your stance was that EMPD does not use this, so basically you are disagreeing that this is something that could ever be considered. Why did you not say that to him?
But when you look at the other conversation, Commissioner, I've said, let me come and see you. In those engagements, when I met with him, I explained.
But
After the advice,
in the face of something that has logos and has text in black and white, all you say is to seek guidance. That's what I don't understand. If in your head you already knew that this is simply not doable, EMPD does not do this, why not say that categorically?
But Chairperson, there's nothing wrong if I come to, even if I don't say now, but coming to and explaining to you that this is not doable. There's nothing wrong about that. That's why I went to see him.
But that's already in response to the voice note.
Remember,
That's in response to the voice note.
After that voice note, I've said, you are correct, Chairperson. Let me come and see so that I can explain everything. How does this thing work?
One would have expected you to take issue there and then once this business card was sent to you. Why wait for? Why ask for guidance on something that you know will never work? Why not simply say this will never work? EMPD doesn't do any such thing.
If you say so, Chair, I think the approach that I took, maybe it's not the one that was satisfying. You see, I took a different approach. Because
which was seeking to achieve what? Because you
From my
know
side.
that you know that EMPD doesn't use this at all. So it would never have worked. You should simply have said, this cannot work. We do not do this as EMPD.
And I've engaged him, I told him that, Chair.
Sorry?
I went to him, I told him that, Chair. We met with Mike. That's why this didn't materialize.
You see, the problem is we do not know, we do not have objective material to establish what was exchanged between you and him. What objective material here what we have does not seem to suggest that that was the approach you were taking. You are asking for guidance on something you know will never work. So it doesn't make sense to me why you did not simply say, this will never work. That's my difficulty.
No, I hear you, Chair.
Now, on the side, you are speaking on the side, there's nothing objective that we can see for ourselves. And you want us to believe that in those discussions, about which we have nothing objective to assess for ourselves, you did actually say, no, this will never work. It's
Chair.
never done at the EMPD. That's very difficult to
Chair.
understand and believe.
Chair, this didn't materialize.
Sorry?
This didn't materialize. For the mere fact that we don't have...
It may not have materialized, but not necessarily because of what you said, because if your attitude throughout was what you tell us now, I do not understand why your response would not immediately be that this cannot be done at EMPD. That's my difficulty.
I get you, Chair.
I will leave it there. Yes, Mr. Hello.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Ms. Silla? Commissioner Mkonazi, I want you to keep one finger on page 555, but then go to page 612, because I'm going to come back to 555. 612. Are you on 612?
No.
Are you on 612 now?
Yes.
So you see, on 612, you had issued a letter already saying that there's an endless working relationship between EMPD and these two entities, being Medicare 24 and Anubis. So there is that relationship, and you already confirmed that in writing. Now, in your mind, the people who work for Anubis, if they had to present themselves to the public as part of this endless working relationship, what form of identification would they have to produce to a member of the public to show them that I'm from Anubis? As per this letter on 612, I have this endless relationship with EMPD to provide the services set out in those letters, being security services and medical emergency services. If I'm an employee of Anubis and I'm dealing with members of the public on the road, what identification did you contemplate that person would have? Because I don't expect that all of them would walk around carrying this letter. So my understanding of these cards is that they were a form of identification for people working for Anubis to give effect to what is contained in a letter you had already issued. So make me understand, if I'm an employee of Anubis and I was walking around on the N12 or N3 or you're part of R59 Ekurhuleni, what would I need to produce to a member of the public to show that I'm authorized to do what the letter says?
Thank you, Chair. I'm explaining again, Commissioner Khumalo. You asked that question before.
Now focus on
Yes.
what I have to produce.
Yes. Remember, there was this process that we've already started of the cards. Not these cards, our different cards. That was the process of those cards, not these ones of working relations. You see.
Employees of Anubis would have had to produce cards to members of the public to
We-
identify themselves.
We said all the security companies, all those volunteers that wanted to be, must have, as I explained it before.
But it would not have been this card on page 5.
No. In fact, this it was not a card per se. He was talking about, I think, something like a sticker or something that will give them in their vehicles, something like that, if I'm not mistaken. It's just that I don't remember it clearly.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was going to refer to this letter, but Commissioner Kumalo, I think, has dealt with it. Chair, I see it's 10:59. Might this be an opportune time to take a tea break and to afford Commissioner Mkwanazi an opportunity to go through witness case statement?
Yes, yes. I find myself saying yes, yes, like Commissioner Mkwanazi. Let's
Humble
adjourn and
apologies, Chair.
resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Silva.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps to establish from Commissioner Mkwanazi whether he's had opportunity to acquaint himself with witness case statement and annexures.
Commissioner?
Oh, they just gave it. I was still reading it, but they gave it to me. Chair.
Oh, all right.
I got
all
it.
right. Let's, after lunch then. Please, it's only 6 pages long, but after lunch. After
But
lunch.
that 6 pages, Commissioner, I saw some of the things. It's putting you in prison.
All right, let's. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Ms. Silva.
So it's after lunch. Then I guess I'll have to find a place to go to between now and lunch.
Chair, I think we can start somewhere if she is where I'm not.
Yes, let's hear you.
I was
out.
saying I don't want to delay the commission. you see.
Yes.
We can, if she feels that maybe she's done here, we can start. I can start where I say, where I find that I'm having difficulties. I'll just say, can I go back and read and make sure that I'm able, so that after lunch we finalize.
At what page are you now? Are you able to tell?
I was-
Don't you have the statement there?
No, I left it aside, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. I could see from your face, Ms. Sillo, that this is apparently derailing you.
Becomes very disjointed.
I was asking where the commissioner is because I was thinking maybe a 15-minute break, Commissioner, and you quickly finish reading the statement. 15 minutes should do.
Oh, let me try, Commissioner. I will try
Yeah.
push.
Let's adjourn. Did you manage to finish reading? I'm sure you did.
I read the statement, Commissioner, but in terms of WhatsApp, I didn't even touch because the WhatsApps and everything
Okay,
communicating.
all right.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps just to get some clarity from Commissioner Mkwanazi before we turn to witness case statement. Commissioner Mkwanazi, if you could go to Mike Exhibit Bundle CJC 293, and in particular page 645.
Whilst you are looking, Commissioner,
Oh, sorry.
whilst you are looking, let me just make this admonition. Do not mention the name of witness K, not even by mistake.
Okay. And I'll try all my level best.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Six, 4, 5.
Thank you, madam.
Mr. Michaels? Sorry.
Are you saying the other it's 292, then the other one it's 645?
No, just 645. Oh, no, I had said CJC 293, which is the actual exhibit, but specifically 645.
It's one file.
It's one file. It's one file. Have you located it?
Oh, yes.
At that page, 645, I'm interested in the message you sent starting, well, it starts at 644. And on to 645, which is a copy of a screen grab. Now, that is, the timestamp on that is 14 February 2022 at 644.
May I ask something?
Yes, sir.
Why these other pages which are having WhatsApp that read it's empty? Let me show you. I'm interested of us not deleting or...
What you see there is the start. You see it's got a timestamp at the top right corner. That's the start of the message. So it continues at 645. It's one message.
My question is that, through you, Chair, why, when there's a start, why there's no message? Because you can't have a blank page like this. Why have we deleted, or why are we not putting whatever that was communicated here, then it proceeds to 645?
I wouldn't know why. I think it's a function of the chats being printed. Do you have a challenge with what appears at 645 read with 644, which is the start of the message?
Yes, no, why? The times are not the same. And it shows that there was a conversation that I wrote, or he wrote, I wrote. And the next page, if you are saying it's continuation, this happened on the 14th. Then we, 14th, 02, 2022, 02, 14, it's 21 minutes past 2.
Yes.
But you are saying it's a continuation. Then the continuation says 16:30 now.
No,
What
Mr.
was communicated before 1421 and 1620? That is not
Let's-
appearing here.
Let's start here at 644.
Yes.
The start of 644 is actually a message, a previous message cut from you says, please enjoy your Valentine. You see that? Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, yes.
Okay. That is then followed by a message, a voice note from Mike at 9:52.
Where is that?
At 644, right at 644, the green one at the top.
Oh, yes.
And then immediately thereafter, the white one is at 1402, same date at 1421.
Yes.
And between what you call a blank message and 645, there is nothing except the screen grab.
No, but it says red. That means there was something.
If you were suggesting that between that message
Because
of
the last message-
let me finish,
Yes.
if you don't mind. You were suggesting that between that message of 140222 at 1421 and the screen grab I want to reference that there is another message. Where is that message?
Mike responded with that play or audio
Yes.
on the 2022-02 on the 14th at 09:52.
Yes.
Then there's a message that says red. It's at 14:21
Which is your message to Mike.
and it's blank.
It continues on the next page. It's how it's reflected on the
But
document.
Yes, the next page now says 1620.
Oh, that's a screen grab that you had attached to that message. The 1620 is the time on the cell phone. You see? That's not
agree.
the message timestamp.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm saying,
Commissioner, let me tell you, I understand what your problem is. You are saying on 644, that entire blank white sheet,
before that page is.
something is missing there. Why is
Yes.
it blank?
Yes.
But let me explain to you why it is blank. Because
Sorry. Please show the blank page.
Okay.
Thank you.
you are looking at 644.
Yes.
You will see in most of these chats that when somebody attaches a document to a message, because of the size of that document, sometimes it doesn't fit in one page. So when it's printed, it runs into the next page. So what appears to have happened here is that a screenshot of a conversation with a third party was attached to this chat. And that screenshot is what you see on page 645.
Then
That's what it looks like to me, and I accept that, I'm no expert, I could be wrong. But if you look at all the chats where a photograph is attached, you will see that there are blank pages. If you go to 635, for example,
635.
634, 635, you will see the format is the same. Go to 633. Do you see that whenever a photo is attached to a chat, you will have a white sheet which is empty, and then that photo will be on the next page? Because if you put that photo immediately after the one on 633, it means the second one will be cut in half. So to avoid a situation where it's cut in half, it continues on to the next page, and then the previous page you'll have a blank white sheet.
There you are correct, Commissioner Khumalo. Not there, not on that one.
Mr. Lo,
Look at the times.
no, hold on, Commissioner. Mr. Lo, it might be helpful to look also at page 646 at the top, which seems to be what in fact is part of the WhatsApp message.
Indeed,
itself.
Commissioner,
Do you want
because
to deal with that? Yes.
that is the message that accompanies the screenshot. Yes. Do you understand, Commissioner Mkonazi?
No, I didn't hear Commissioner Balui.
Yes, what I'm saying, Commissioner, is you have at page 644 that blank page.
Yes, Commissioner.
What you say is blank, and then 645 is a screen grab. And then 646, right at the top, you have what looks like, in fact, the message that accompanied the screen grab. Right at the top. Good afternoon, Mike. Let's make tomorrow morning 10 a.m. You see where I'm pointing, Commissioner?
Then we are jumping 645. It's between
No,
644.
no. Okay, let me try explain again. So in 644, you've got that blank page at 1421.40, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And then it's accompanied, it looks like it's accompanied by the screen grab at 6:45, right? And this is, remember, this is at 6:44, that blank page is supposed to be you sending to Mr. Van Wyk.
Yes, you're
And
correct.
then you send him the screen grab, that's what it looks like, at 6:45. And then at 6:46, you've got the message that you wrote to Mr. Van Wyk to go with the screen grab. That's
clear.
what it looks like.
It's clear, even the times are corresponding.
Even the times as
Yes,
well. You accept that's what
You
it
have
looks like.
neutralized me for once more now. Yes. No, I get it. I'm clear now. Thank
All
you.
right, sure. All right.
Did you say Commissioner Baloyi neutralized you?
She's always doing that.
Please don't ask him to explain.
Then
what
I
it
will,
means.
I will turn to her each time I need you to be neutralized. I'm glad we're on the same page
Yes,
now.
yes, yes, yes.
So then, on the 14th of February 2022, you share with Mr. Van Wyk the screen grab.
Yes.
And it's a screen grab of your conversation with somebody called Xolani Mkhwanazi, as you see at the top. I'm interested in midway under the heading today, after the map, where you ask Mr. Mkhwanazi, Xolani Mkhwanazi, Bafo, can Mike collect the cards tomorrow? Eita, we are willing to even fetch if this afternoon. And Mr. Mkhwanazi responds, sorry for the late response, Bafo, anytime, Bafo. Then you say, let's make tomorrow at 10 in the morning, 10 a.m. Then the message you type under that screen grab is, good afternoon, Mike. Let's make tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Do you see where I'm reading it? I'm
Yeah,
now at 646.
Yes, yes.
So you took issue with that card that reflected both EMPD and Anubis.
Yes.
These cards are the peace officer cards.
Yes, they're not that one.
Yes, I say
one,
you took
yes.
issue with that one.
Yes, not that one, yes.
So these cards were issued and handed over to Mr. Van Wyk the following day, I take it at 10 o'clock on the 14th of February 2022. They were ready for collection already,
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
and they were handed over to him.
Yes, I may not remember.
You recall earlier in your testimony, you suggested that this peace officer issue did not go any further after we dealt with that card that showed EMPD
Yes.
and Anubis.
The-
So you must understand me first. I'm not saying that he was collecting that particular card because you deny that one. But I'm saying here is a card ready.
No,
or
let's
cards.
correct it. I don't
Please,
recall.
sorry, Commissioner, you should wait until Mr. Lo is done. There will be problems with transcription if you
Oh.
speak at the same time.
Humble apology.
So I am not suggesting that the cards referenced here are the same cards that Mr. Van Wyk had asked whether you can use these ones so long, which reflect both the EMPD and the Anubis card. I'm not suggesting that. But in light of what your response to an earlier question that this peace officer matter did not go any further, I'm saying you are wrong, because on your correspondence with Mr. Van Wyk in February 2022, there is confirmation that the cards are ready. And you've just confirmed that these are the peace officer cards.
Let me clarify something, Commissioner. Before this thing started, we had trainings. That is not appearing anywhere here. There were trainings where which was run by training division to all the people, you see. That is why they were able to detect before the training that others are having criminal records. Those that completed the training then were collecting. If I don't recall, but I know that they've collected. If we collected for his team, then other teams will collect. Those that were specifically trained and when the training, then they had this. It's not to say they were just called and given. So, humble apologies. But there was a training before that happened. That was run by training, you see, for all the people that wanted them to be Peace Corps.
So-
have I answered to?
Please, just a second. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, you said your mic wasn't working, Chair.
Oh, no, it's the screen. It doesn't matter for now. I'll look either that side or this side. It should not
Thank you, Chair.
hamper us.
I'm trying to say.
More than once you said, and they were given. They were given. What were they given?
The cards. Those ones that I was talking about.
The ones with an EMPD logo and
No, not those ones. Not those ones. Those ones, the
ones made specially for the Peace Corps.
for any individual, yes.
Made
Yes,
for the Peace Corps.
Yes. And there was training for those that attended training and completed. I think when they run this training, it becomes a 2 weeks training. It's not a full training. 2 weeks training about the duties that you're going to do specifically on that. I think it must be recorded too, that people underwent this before they were issued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Some I may not be there when they were given, but some I may be there if I'm free. Depends on my availability.
I know that. I asked this because earlier you had suggested that this Peace Officer, Peace Corps project didn't go anywhere.
Yes, training was done, issuing of cards was done, but the implementation part of it, because we wanted the implementation part. When you check the conversation that you once sent or you sent to me, there's where I've said we must meet with the MMC, we must meet with the Chief of Police. In fact, they were briefed. We were supposed to meet and finalize the formalization of a launch because it was supposed to be formally launched. You see, and I think one of the things that disturbed it again, it's the political changes of the MMCs. You see, but there was a buy-in of this program. I know even now there's a buy-in of engaging all these groups that are doing crime preventions and all, so that you monitor them. I know there's a process that they're doing. I'm not part of, but I know that I was instructed that I must run such processes so that we know all these groups that are operating in our townships, in our suburbs. It's more or less one and the same thing. But this one, it happened at the wrong time with the wrong people. That's what my understanding it is. Because even this office now said, let's mobilize, let's make sure that we know all these groups that are busy with crime prevention at night and everything in our areas, so that we know how to regulate them, how do we monitor. It is more or less the same as the old thinking that we had. But now it's coming from a different political office. It's coming from different people, you see.
Oh, Ms. Silo, from your pronunciation, I think you are going with my CORPS, but I think in the end, the commissioner settled for COPS, COPS.
As in police.
as in police, yes. I think twice I noticed your pronunciation.
I guess I'd assume that's what he meant, because I don't think that Mr. Mkonazi could ever make of private people police officers.
Yeah.
So.
I think in the end, when I engaged him, he settled for COPS. Yeah.
Please, Chair, can you correct me on that? I know that you tried to rectify it on me. The humble apologies on that.
What did you settle for? Was it CORPS or COPS?
No, when I'm saying cops, not police officers, but
in terms
let me say,
in terms of how it's written and pronounced, did you settle for COPS or CORPS?
We just said it's Peace Corps with R.
With R?
Yes.
I get okay.
But Commissioner, I will prefer to call them volunteers. It will be simple.
Okay.
It will be simpler for me.
All right.
Yes.
Can I, maybe also just to clarify my own understanding as I can follow here. There's also mention between you and Mr. Van Wyk,
Yes.
there's also mention of reservists in the WhatsApp exchanges.
Yes.
Is that a different group
No.
of people altogether? Or you're talking
No, it's
about-
not different. In Cape Town, sometimes they call them reservists, sometimes they call them, sometimes it's volunteers. It depends how do you call
So
it.
it's the same group of
It's
people?
the same group of people,
that
yes.
you are calling?
Yes, yes,
Corps
yes.
of Corps. Okay, but that you refer to as reservists?
Yes,
With Mr.
yes,
Van Wyk. Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Commissioner Balo, if we can flag that, because I had a different understanding from the chats, that there is this peace officer / co, and then there's a notion of reservist, and it comes up in the chats again. Because we are trying to locate the page, I'll say that we'll come back to it. And I'll demonstrate that, no, there are two different concepts, at least if Commissioner Mkwanazi's conversation with Mr. Van Wyk is anything to go by. So then we have established that they were ready, and now this is in Feb.
Let me correct. In fact, we are not ready because we are supposed to establish in the whole Eguruleni, in the townships, informal settlements, and make sure that we cover.
Apologies, Commissioner Mkwanazi, you don't know what I'm saying was ready, and you have interjected already.
Oh, humble apologies.
Yes. I'm saying the cards were ready for collection. Yes. And we know that was on the 14th of February 2022. Now, I would like to refer you to a later conversation. Before I do so, do I understand correctly from the chats that the establishment of this Peace Corps required a presentation and approval by the MMC, Chief Mapieye, and other senior management? Is that correct?
Yes, not only that again. We were busy with the application. I know that Director Qaba was busy with the application. We are supposed to inform the Office of the Provincial Commissioner too,
As well.
when we are launching and fully implementing it.
So
Yes.
was the requisite approval granted?
There was a meeting that we were supposed to sit, or we met in that meeting, or it was I know that there was a meeting where it was supposed. Mike made a presentation to senior management. I was not part of that, if I recall. You see, presenting the whole thing, and I saw you even showed the choppers and that thing, you see. Just that I don't remember everything, but I know that there was an engagement. On our side, there was an engagement with the political head of the department, Community Safety, MMC of Community Safety. Again, we had agreed with Gwabe that we need to finalize with Deputy Chief of Police Mzolo, and it's part of the conversation. Remember again, when we started, it was said no one in the management knew about that thing. It was Julius Mkwana's thing, but our conversation shows that now there were disengagement with political heads, senior management, and all those people about the same program.
Okay, perhaps if we go to page 675 of the same file, it might help us understand. And page 675 starts with 2 voice notes.
Sorry, I'm still. Yes.
And I want us to, apologies, it's 1 voice note. I would like us to play that voice note at 675.
I don't know what happened. Is there any news? Are we still going to do this or not? Please let me know, because I did all the prep work for yesterday.
And that is on the 30th of March 2022 at 11:23, and it's followed immediately by a photograph, again from Mike. Again, you'll see the message is cut. The first part of it is empty, the second one has got a picture.
Yes.
And that's Mike sharing with you a pile of these documents, and it's headed EMPD Ekurhuleni Metro Peace Officer. Is that the presentation that was intended to be made?
You know, it's the program when they are attending. I haven't seen it, but it's a program that the modules, let me say, these are the modules that they were using to train them by training. Let me say so.
So it wasn't the presentation itself?
I'm not sure what was in the presentation, you see. It's just that I was not part of the meeting. But these are modules that they were trained on.
Now, just as in passing, I realized that now they are called Ekurhuleni Peace Officer.
That's what I'm saying to you. With us, we call it in different names, but it's not what you presented, the legislation, you see.
Okay.
But we call it different names, but it was volunteers.
So whether or not that's a training pack or that is the presentation intended to be made to the MMC and Chief Mapieye?
No, I know that these are the modules. Remember, one of the things that we requested.
If I can finish my question, it would assist both of us. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. So whether this is the training pack or is the presentation intended to be made for approval to the MMC and Chief Mapieye, this is on the 30th of March 2022, but by then your peace officer cards had been collected by the 14th of February 2022. So they had the cards either without the requisite training, alternatively without the approval.
No, they were trained first. I know they were trained first. Even though I was not involved, I know that they were trained first. That is why they could detect. That is why they could detect fingerprints and everything. I know in that side they're very strict in terms of those things because these things are regulated in terms of the people that we are training. You see. And you know, I wanted to raise something. You remember that we didn't have printing materials, we didn't have papers. On the first day when I came to testify, I even said that they even assisted us in terms of producing of documents and everything. I know that and they were working with training to produce all these materials. Okay. I think that's why Mike did have this or had a photo of this before he sent to me. You see, he may send it later, but I know that they were trained first. They am definitely sure because they were very strict on that.
Can we just play a clip that immediately follows that picture?
Yes, please.
And timestamp 09/05/2022, 12:28.
It's in the next page, oh?
Yes, it goes over to 677.
Okay.
When can me and you meet? I would like to do a lunch, please, when you're available. I need to have a chat with you. I'll really appreciate it. Or a brunch or a breakfast. Just please let me know.
No, I think apologies for that's a wrong clip. It's the wrong clip. There is a clip we're looking for where Mike said whatever it was those documents were intended to achieve, whether it's training or he says presentation, did not take place at the time that he sent you that.
No, the time of lunch.
No, not the lunch. That's a wrong clip. Forget the lunch. You can have your lunch with Mr. Van Wyk. The clip I'm looking for, which we will locate, comes after this was shared. That picture of the documents or the pack was shared, and Mike Van Wyk says that event did not take place. You call it a training, Mike calls it a presentation, and as you said earlier, to the MMC.
Yes, no, it's two different. We can't train the MMCs. You are confusing the two. Presentation is to MMC. Training is for the volunteers. I'm talking about training for volunteers. Presentation is different. I think you are correct when you say by the time we were engaging or we were talking to each other, the presentation to the MMC has not happened.
Yes.
Yes.
And by the time you issued the cards, the presentation to the MMC had not happened.
But remember, I've engaged the MMC.
Say that again, please.
I've engaged the MMC. We had the political support of the MMC. Ours to finalize the date of the launch, the numbers, and make sure how do we extend all those things.
Who's this MMC?
Oh, we had many MMCs that have changed that time.
But portfolio at least?
Or community safety.
Community
But we had
safety.
3 MMCs. I think it was coming from Action SA.
This is 2022.
We had MMC from, I won't remember very well because there were changes like this, but we had 3 MMCs, if not 4, because of the changes.
I'm interested because you say that
Yes,
that
yes,
MMC
yes, yes.
granted approval
Yes,
for the
yes, yes,
establishment
yes.
of the
But
peace
I think
office.
it's the MMC from.
Mr. Mkwanazi, it won't work if we both speak. The chair pointed that out to you.
No, let me finish first.
I ask a question, you don't let me finish, and then you start answering a question that is not asked. Won't make much progress, surely you'll accept?
Humble apologies.
Thank you. I was saying, I'm interested in the identity of the MMC specifically because you suggest that the MMC gave approval for the establishment of the peace officers or the Peace Corps. That's why it's important for us to understand who this MMC is. You say there were 3 over a relatively short period, and to try and assist you, I say we are now in March 2022. Would that help you to recollect which MMC you are referencing?
I think it may be MMC from Action SA.
Can I try a name and see if it helps? Museki?
Mosek, yes, he's light in complexion.
Okay.
I think it may be him, you see. Or if not, the MMC of DA.
Let me confess,
Yes.
it's Google that says
Oh,
it
yes,
was the
yes.
MMC.
Oh, got yeah.
And
Between
Commissioner
MMC of
Baloyi-
DA and Action SA, yes. Oh, sorry. Yes.
No, go ahead.
Yes, but my clarity is that my understanding, it's these are modules, you see. That's my understanding, you see. The present,
Sorry, I was now on the issue of approval. Strictly approval. Okay. Now, would you have a sense of when that was approved?
no, madam. No, we engaged. The approval was supposed to be finalized by all of us and agree with the date of launch, you see. We were waiting for that to happen, but on our side operationally and the side of training, that was done.
So I accept that you engaged for
Yes.
whatever that may mean.
Yes.
I'm more interested in whether it was approved. The project was approved.
No, it was not supported. It was supported, madam, ne? But the date of us approval, I won't remember that. But I know that time to time, because we work with the MMC every day, I will brief the MMC. I will brief everyone. Even my deputy chief of police, the one that I was reporting to, he was briefed on daily basis.
Is there any proof of that approval? And if, understand me, if there is, where would you suggest we look for it?
I will suggest that you go to, it will become a challenge, but go to committee safety, ne? Check with the PA or the secretaries if they even change, because you know they change. But can you go and check? But I know when the political office changes, like the strategic officers, they change with the political, they go with the political head. If it's DA, your people. If it's ANC, your people. But can you go? I think you'll find something.
But you would have received that approval, being the initiator of the project, the formal approval.
No.
Because
I've said to you, we have engaged, madam.
okay. You would have received the approval if granted because you were the initiator of the project and you appreciated absent approval, you cannot move on the project. So in order for you to be issuing cards, in order for you to be issuing training material, you would have formal approval for the project, whether by the MMC, the chief of police, or whoever, but there would be written approval unless you operate differently in the AMPD?
I will request you that to check with the Office of Deputy Chief of Police, Mzolo, and again you check with the Office of the MMC.
Before I go check, I need you to confirm to the Commission, did you have approval?
I've said to you, we've engaged, we've agreed.
So you didn't have the
different-
approval?
Yes. Approval in terms of formal letter. That we
Yes,
continue.
you may go ahead. kind of approval?
No, there was no formal letter that you say, because we're supposed to give the programs the date and everything. Then the programs being signed out. It was not yet signed out that we may implement. That's why it was not implemented.
Okay, and by this time you have issued the cards, as we
Yeah,
understand.
on our side we read, we issued cards
Okay.
and everything.
Do you think that is appropriate that you start issuing police officer cards before the project is even approved?
Let's correct
Because
it.
now they are armed with these cards which carry a level of authority when presented
Let-
to members of the public.
Let's correct it. It's on record. It's not police officers' card.
It's,
It's peace officers or
apologies,
volunteers.
peace officer, peace corps cards. So you
Yes.
have issued,
Yes.
and members of the public holding them, presenting them, having received them from you via Mr. Van Veek, in circumstances where the entire establishment of that unit, if I may call it, is not approved. Is that appropriate?
It was not via Mr. Van Veek. I said Mr. Van Veek is one of them. You see, other people were trained. Other security companies were trained. Let's not limit it to this one individual. I know here you've got communication between me and him, but I've said it that I agree that I communicated with Mike with this program, but he's not the only one who was trained in this. Many people were trained in this thing.
Can I just check the Gwabe? What was your reporting relationship? What was his position?
We are at the same level.
You're at the same level.
Yes, even now we're at the same level.
And what was his involvement with this card matter?
He was in training. He's responsible for training. Anyone of training reports to him.
Okay.
He's in charge of training.
Okay. So and I'm looking here at page 600. Remember that card? I'll read for you what it
Yes,
says.
yes,
Remember
yes,
that
yes.
card? And then you say to Mike, "Good morning. Kindly prepare. Gwabe will be coming to finalize the issue."
Which
of the-
page?
600, where we had that card.
Yes.
I just want to understand Gwabe's involvement with this.
Oh, we engage with Gwabe. Gwabe deals with, by that time, he was dealing with training, all the issues that has to do with training. He's in charge. Again, he was anything that has to do with documents, everything of training. He's the one that's responsible for that.
And
You
the
see.
cards that you are telling Van Veek about, that Gwabe would come and finalize the issue of the appointment cards, are these the same cards that you are discussing with Advocate Silo?
Oh, no, with Gwabe we spoke. I remember that we spoke. He was supposed to also engage the office of the provincial commissioner, because we need to finalize and inform them formally and about the launching and everything. He's always responsible for that. For example, like the traffic wardens that we're having, you see, it's the same process too. He runs that and up until the last stage of it.
No, my question is slightly different. It is, if you look at page 600, you have that card that came from Mr. Van Veek, right?
Yes.
And then you write him a message. You write Mr. Van Veek, you say, kindly prepare. Gwabe will be coming to finalize the issue of the appointment cards today.
Yes.
I've already given him a clue. So what I'm asking is, this message from you to Mike,
Yes.
did it relate to the same cards that you are discussing with the evidence leader right now?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then I conclude, and I'd like to make this proposition to you, that you established this quote-unquote unit called PISCO in association with inter alia Mr. Van Veek, in terms of which you appointed certain people, including Mr. Madlanga, as peace officers in circumstances where you knew authorization and approval was required, but you had not obtained that approval. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I've got a comment.
Please do.
You see, I know now we are individualizing it to Madlanga. This operation didn't look at only Madlanga, or this project didn't look at only Madlanga. You see, we looked at different security companies. I've said that many times. You see, I know the name and everything. That is why it was detected by our team that there's this individual. You see, by the time they didn't know they didn't know him, that the black person and the white person, that they, out of all the people that were heavy. But that's your conclusion.
Do you accept that the only evidence that we have is in relation to the people associated with Mr. Van Wyck's entity and or Mr. Matala, and that you have not produced any evidence that this project involved more people than Mr. Van Wyck? I'm saying, I'm talking about evidence. Will you accept that you haven't tendered any evidence?
On the second day, on the first day, when I presented, I said, Commissioners, I'm suspended. I can't get hold of documents and everything. The evidence leader said, don't worry, we'll assist you. You see, I know that there's a team that does investigation and everything. I thought by that time, this time you have said, we've got this and this and this and this and this. Because one of the things, again, that I felt that it is important, that's why I mentioned, is the issue of training too. That there was training. If there was thorough investigation, you are also going to get names and everything there. Because it's the division that is not in me, I can't interfere. It is somebody who deals with that, and it's still there. They are not suspended. They are operational. This is not the only thing where you promise that we'll investigate that, we'll investigate that. I thought by this time we'll be presenting, then say, here's the document, yeah, you are correct, yeah, you are not correct. Because what pains me, Chairperson, is that with other people who are testifying, you are able to tell them that you are clear, you are correct. But with me, why? Even if there are documents that are produced, Chairperson, my statement is thick, this, with many documents. That's why I was complaining that the other document I've attached there, that talks to this project, that talks to this. But I see that I'm concluding today. It's fine. But those documents are part of the evidence. If you can sit and check some of the things and go to college, go to what with these people that I'm mentioning, I'll be clear in this thing. Because this is not Mkwanazi's thing. It happened that I led it, I'm in operation, and I even said that there was a meeting of management of EMPD, you see, which was not even chaired by me. I was tasked with run with this thing. I've said it on the first day. It is part of the statement that I've attached. It's part of the supplementary statement. It is part of, I don't know how to call it, the other statement where I argued and requested the commission, please look at that statement because I feel your statement is not covering everything. It is part of that, Chair. I've been mentioned on that.
Commissioner, I don't know, maybe I did not understand.
I'm crying, Chairperson, I'm protesting.
Maybe I did not understand you correctly. You seem to suggest differential treatment insofar as you are concerned,
yes,
as
Chair.
Opposed to
Yes,
how
Chair.
other witnesses were treated. Can you please explain that?
Chairperson, when I came in here, it's section 10, they said 10.3. Or where you ask questions. You ask about 11 things, you see. And I've produced documents, I've submitted documents. I even submitted documents with why people are fighting me in the department. Because I'm investigating, I mentioned companies, I mentioned some of the project. It was said, no, don't worry, we'll see that, you see. I've responded with documentation, with everything that I know. Those that I don't know, but 99.9, there's evidence that documents talk to that. You see, for example, there was an issue of me stealing cables in Val. It was pure lies. I even submitted an evidence that the operation of cables, it was in the eastern part of Mpumalanga, and those cables were recovered. They were stolen in Cape Town Park. There's evidence, there are photos, there are number of units that were part of it, and they worth this money. All that thing of it was lies. It was the person who presented there, he spoke. Can I use the one word that I will never use in my word? He used it, the commission didn't correct him. Revo spoke nonsense. When he was presenting as a witness, he used to say, I'm a criminal, I was talking nonsense. There, and even I picked when they came in, they said he lied in that thing. There was nothing like that in Triangle. But because he wanted to paint me as this criminal, and it was believed, and it was taken. And I produced document that counteracted that. evidence that I had by that time. I may not have everything now, but that evidence having a case number where SAP data on those cables were booked, the vehicle, the arrested driver, and the teams that participated, and the statement from SAPS thanking all the teams, EMPD and other security companies, that yes, that cable was recovered and is this thing. And it's quiet about that. You see, there's not even an apology that, okay, here you're not cleared, but here you are cleared. You see, to me, it's wrong. And the public, they perceive me. I told you that I'm living in house arrest now, Chairperson, because the evidence that I submitted, you see, but I've said it's fine. The commission is having it. When they do their conclusion, maybe one day in their recommendation, they will peruse these documents and see that. But part of the evidence, this person has submitted these things. With the proof, I even provided contact numbers within the department that with this project, you can ask this person, this is how much of money that was paid. This project was not supposed to be concluded with such amount, and this project is not concluded, Chairperson. I know this project is not concluded, but people were paid 80 million. Some families, some people in the management, they came with their family to rectify the structure or the building that the municipality has paid in. I've provided all those evidences, you see. And to tell you, Commissioner, leading evidence can tell you, I think you are in page 20. You are looking at Mkwana's, any other evidence, but it's fine. You see, I've submitted, I made sure that to get all the documents in everything that is saving. I know that the witnesses, for example, Commissioner, I raised the issue of Kilebokhele Tipa, that she lied in public that I wanted to kidnap. Even the car registration, she said she got it at Ignatis, it belonged to me. I've said we can go to Ignatis system now. She cried, wanted sympathy from public, but she lied in public about me kidnapping her. There's no even a single day. I even told the commissioner that I was not even aware that I'm investigated for this thing. There's no single day where she came to me or she talked public about me. The only thing, I even said it. I know Commissioner Kumar was asking something. I even said, even now when you go to my area, every Thursday or Wednesday, there's an article about Mkwana's. It was there before she was suspended. It was quiet. She's back again. There's an article about Julius Mkwana's every day. It's every Wednesday. It's Julius Mkwana's. It's a character assassination. And it has happened, and it is happening, and the commission's allowing it. My request, Chairperson, is that...
We can't control what the media is publishing, except in those instances where there may be a basis for us to have our spokesperson correct inaccuracies, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, but ordinarily we would do that insofar as it concerns the commission.
Yeah. Chairperson, I'm not a crybaby. My child, I'm having case numbers, was nearly kidnapped. Every time when people are talking here, I was called by the detective, by the principal, by the mother of the child. She was picked up, identified at the school. When they were called, the principal confirmed, yes, we saw in the camera. She called her by her name inside the school, after school. She went there and identified. The child went to the office. There's a case that has been opened. 4 criminal cases, it's not discussed there. 2 cases were opened against me by the people who were at my house taking photos. I went out, I jumped, I got that person driving a security company vehicle. He does not have an appointment card. You see, I don't cry, but I said, no, what? Let me participate in the commission. Let me behave.
Commissioner, I hope I will not sound lacking in empathy. I understand everything you have said, but this debate stems from my question as to the question of differential treatment that you have suggested. I think what you have said now has strayed far away from that simple question. May I ask this, and please give me a direct answer. If you say there's differential treatment, you are treated differently as against which other witnesses? I heard you mention Commissioner Rivo's piece. Is that one of the people that you feel were treated more favorably and you more harshly? Is he one of the people you are referring to?
The,
or not?
The
Is he one of
witnesses.
them? Is he one
Yes,
of them?
yes, the
And-
chief of
and
police.
You've also, and chief of police, and
Kilebo
also,
Philistine.
are those
Yes.
the people?
All the witnesses that
are
are
those the
testifying-
people you are referring to?
All the,
Are
all-
those the three people you are referring to?
Yes, let me say
only
so.
only those, or
if
or
I'm
did-
not, if I remember others, I will just make an affidavit and send it to you, Chair. Because I'm aggrieved, I must do that. I feel that I must do that. And the way I'm being questioned like, hey, this is a criminal, but other people which have submitted evidence that is having a proof, they are sweet out of the commission. They are sweet out of the commission, Chair. That's what, I'm not saying I do
Okay.
that, but
No,
that's why I see things.
I just wanted to get an idea of the substance of the complaint. I think I do have at least as close enough a picture as possible. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Mkwanazi, before you provided this detail, I'd asked you about not providing evidence, and you did indicate, or you did state that the evidence leaders had indicated because you are under suspension, should you require access to certain documentation, you must advise us, and we'll assist. We'll try and assist you to the extent that we are able to obtain such documents. Correct?
May I read this? Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, corruption in the system of criminal justice. That means this is part of investigations. You are not supposed to ask me as evidence leader. When I mention names, like I mentioned on the first day, because I forget, time goes, you see. And you promised that when I say this, I don't know, this, I know, these are the names. You said, no, don't worry. We'll do it on your behalf. In fact, you have been saying on a daily basis, and I've been agreeing. And when I come back, I said, but Madam, she's betraying me, you see. Especially these ones that I feel that these things are very sensitive, you see. Like this one, I'm humbly requesting you to answer you, that can you check that the training was not done, the dates and everything. And I'm definitely sure it was done. And again, I've requested to, I've requested to that you can go to the office of the DCOP. I presented letters to the office of the chief of police. You can go to the office of the MMC again and check. Maybe they're still having files and everything and engagement. You see, but I know that there were many changes. But please go there to satisfy yourself. I'm humbly requesting you to do that through you, Chair.
The only point I sought to make was to establish that you haven't made the request to the evidence leaders to assist you with obtaining the necessary documentation. I just wanted to place that on record.
For now.
For now and for always.
No, madam. No.
The point is, I accept that we had said, because you are under suspension, if you are struggling to obtain certain documentation from the Ikuruleni municipality, kindly bring it to our attention, and we will do our best to try and assist and obtain such documents, right? And the point I'm making is, have you ever made such a request to the evidence leaders in respect of any document, and in particular, in respect of documentation pertaining to this peace officer unit? And I'm saying you haven't. And that's all I seek to place on record. Unless you can produce that request to the evidence leaders. Are you able to?
Please do that. My humble request, do that to prove that this engagement are there. And I even said last time, you can even check, I've even gave you the names. Check the minutes of EMPT management dated October 2021. I may not remember the specific date. I even checked those minutes again, that this project was known by the management. I was even tasked by the management of EMPT about this project. It's just that along the way, there are these names that came in and it diverted everything now. I'm humbly requesting you again, please check the minutes too. Don't only check that, check the minutes that it was mandated by the management of EMPT. The management of EMPT, it's the deputy chiefs and the directors, which is shared by chief of police, which is having two secretaries that are sitting there noting and writing everything, you see. please.
You haven't answered my question. You haven't disputed the fact that you have never made such a request. I suggest to the commissioners that you have never made a request to the evidence leaders to assist you.
No, you committed yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Ms.
Okay,
Lo,
let's-
can I, hopefully my intervention is helpful, hopefully. We got to this point because you were putting to Commissioner Mkwanazi that there is no evidence before us of the training and these cards issues. I think that's the proposition, and I'm not.
To be precise, the approval for the...
Yes, you were putting that there's no evidence of approval before us. And that's what leads to this long discussion. It may well be that it's a question of framing, because we have said to other witnesses, Commissioner, that on the evidence that's in front of us, we are unable to find what they were testifying to, but not making it more than that. So it's not to say, I don't think, and Ms. Silo will correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't understand her to say you're lying. I can't think of another word. I didn't understand her to say you're lying when you say there was training. You're lying when you say there was engagement. I didn't understand her to say that, to suggest that's not true. She was simply making the point that as matters stand before the commission, there is nothing that shows what you are saying. And if that is so, Ms. Silo, can I just clarify, get that clarification from you, that you are not saying you have looked, you've gone to the municipality, your investigators have gone there, and there's nothing that supports what you're saying. I don't think you're saying that.
If I may, my response basically was prompted by a claim I understood Commissioner Mkwanazi to have made, which is that a request was made to us to assist him to obtain these documents. And that's all I sought to address, that no such request was made.
It's a different topic.
Yes.
I'm addressing what prompted him to say, but the information is there, go get it to the municipality. I have told you the information is there. Every time I testify, I tell you this and that information is available. So you were addressing that,
Yes.
and rightly so, seeking to place on record that he has not asked the evidence leaders for specific documents. That is not what I'm concerned about. I'm dealing with his understanding of what you were proposing to him with the original question, proposition, what you put to him. And I think that's what got him to say the information is there in the municipality and you are not collecting it. So my concern is Commissioner Mkwanazi should not understand you, if that was not your intention, he should not understand you in the original proposition to have been saying to him, the municipality does not have evidence of that training.
No.
You are not placing it that
Not at all.
high, and
Not
I
at
think
all,
that's what got him going, and I wanted to clarify.
No. Your understanding is correct, Commissioner. The question was what I posed to Commissioner Mkwanazi is, I referenced the training and peace officer cards of these people based on his conversation with Mr. Van Wyk in the WhatsApp chats. I don't have, and he has not put any evidence before the commission that it involved a broader group of people beyond Mr. Van Wyk's quote-unquote people. It was to establish that fact, that there is no such evidence. And I'd understood him in retort to suggest that we had undertaken to obtain such evidence and that he had made a request to provide such evidence, and I say that's wholly incorrect. And to the extent that I misunderstand, that he has, and I'm not aware, I invite him to place that the request he made to the evidence leaders before you, and to see the extent to which we, as evidence leaders, failed him.
And I understand.
What Commissioner Mukanazi towards the end, because he said so many things, he said, I humbly request that you do it now. And he even gave you dates
Yes.
of the particular meetings that he says approvals, at least for the training, not the implementation, were done. So did I understand you correctly that to the extent that no specific request was made in the past, you are now making that request?
In the past, I was instructed by the evidence leader.
No, focus on, we've moved
Oh, yes.
past the
Yes.
now. What is your request?
Yes, I'm requesting that, and I'm also requesting when you engage with Mike, the dates and the presentation that he did. He did a presentation to the senior management of HODs, and the chief of police was part of that meeting. You see the dates and everything to show that this thing has been, the city knows about it. Because I know that he had a memory stick that time, a memory stick that he showed me that this is what we presented. You see, just that I can't have the documents of that. Can
we
also
then-
do that too.
Can we then do this? During the lunch break, you will write down the dates. You don't have to be specific. If you think it was October 2021, but you don't know the exact date, or it was September, or it was within the last quarter of the year, you will write it down and you will give it to the evidence leaders, and you will mention the specific document so that then they deal with your problem.
Yes, can I also ask the offices to assist?
Yes, and also the person that should assist
Yes,
them.
yes.
And then hopefully that resolves this one issue. Advocate Silo, I know you were not done with this line of questioning, but I have a question that is related to
Please
the
go
issue
ahead,
of
Commissioner.
the cards. Commissioner Mkwanazi, the cards that you gave to Mr. Van Wyk, and you said other people, we must not just focus on Mr. Van Wyk's
Yes.
company, other people. Where are those cards now?
You asked me last time, Commissioner.
No, I'm asking it again,
Yes.
so answer now. Where are those cards?
The answer that I gave it to you is still the same because I'm on suspicion. I can't verify that did they collect all of them or what processes did they take place.
But the ones that they collected, where are they?
I've said you can communicate with Mr. Mkwanazi. He's the one that deals with card and the other name that I gave.
So you don't know whether they collected them or not?
I couldn't verify because I was not aware even the commission because we cut that thing. Some were collected, some were not even collected.
Okay, let's focus on the ones that were collected. Where are they now?
Some were collected, some were not.
No, I'm saying let's focus on the ones that were collected.
Can you go to the office of Mr. Mkwanazi?
I'm assuming, let me tell you why I'm asking you this question. I'm assuming that if at 10 o'clock in February of 2021, Mr. Van Wyk came to the EMPD offices to collect the cards, then he would have taken those cards. And he would have either kept them or distributed them to his employees or people who work for him.
I get you, Commissioner. I think
and what I'm interested in is that if those people are in possession of cards that bear the EMPD logo, and you say the implementation of this project was not approved, they cannot be driving around displaying those cards to the members of the public and saying, I work with EMPD, I therefore have authority to search your car or to perform these services. And those cards should then be taken back and collected. That's really where I'm going.
Yes.
That's why I want to understand those cards that were collected. Did the EMPD take them back, or are they still in the hands of those people who were issued with the cards?
Let me start by correcting something, Commissioner. I will answer you. For Peace Corps, they don't issue an EMPD emblem. EMPD emblem is only for police officers that are trained.
So what do those cards look like that Mike
No, they will
came
say
to collect?
the city of Ekurhuleni. It's just that,
Isn't that the
I don't
same thing?
forget. No, for police officers, it's different than that one.
Yeah, but I did
It's
not
just that
say-
I don't remember it
Listen
correct
to
now.
the
It's a long
question.
time.
I did not say that the card says you are a police officer. I'm saying the card is issued by EMPD. That's why they had to collect them from EMPD, right?
No, I get
They
you.
did not make their own cards.
Oh,
They had
yes.
to come to EMPD and to collect. So those cards must have a logo, whether it's Ekurhuleni City or it's EMPD. There must be a logo on those cards. Otherwise, why would they be collected from EMPD?
No, Commissioner, we don't issue an EMPD emblem to an EMPD appointment card or police cards are different than any
I'm
cards.
going to assume you don't know what those cards look like, and then I will leave it there. Because
Yes.
if you knew what those cards look like, you would tell me.
No, they don't have an EMPD emblem.
So
they
what
don't
do
have a
they
police
have?
badge. They
What
don't
do
have.
they have, those cards?
I think it's an Ekurhuleni emblem, if not writing. But if you go to Kolani, you will get those cards. He knows them, everything, and he can show it to you.
All right.
Yes.
But you
And
understand
please-
my concern?
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
don't want, because you say this project, the implementation was not approved. I don't want those people walking around with those cards and displaying them to members of the public and then saying, this card authorizes me to stop you and to search your car and do those other things. So that is really my main concern. That's why I needed to know, where are those cards now?
No, I get you,
Yes.
Commissioner, 100%.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Commissioner Kumar, now I know that.
It's because I'm looking at Commissioner Baloyi as just before I spoke, I apologize, Commissioner Kumalo. I was about to move off this topic and start witness K, the witness K topic. I do note the time, but perhaps some preliminary questions to Commissioner Mkwanazi before we engage with the content of the statement. Commissioner Mkwanazi, you have had opportunity to consider witness K's statement. You were given a file, and as the chair cautioned you, please avoid mentioning her name or other personal details. You remember the statement you were granted time to read through during tea.
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioners, that statement and annexure is now part of Commissioner Mkwanazi's bundle, but you probably have the original statement with you close by. So it's the same statement. You can work off that one. There will be two small files, Chairman, witness K. Having read the statement, Commissioner Mkwanazi, can I establish the following? Do you know this person?
Yes.
And you know her in the context that you would not be confused as to her identity should you see her. You would know that this is the person.
Yeah.
You know her that well.
You are correct.
Thank you. Now, as you realized in this statement, she gives account of the events of the 8th of February 2023, when what we have come to term the semi-precious stones were taken from a citizen in Kilani. This is what the statement is about, you confirm?
Yes. Sorry.
Now, I'll skip the first 6 paragraphs. They involve largely personal matters. I would like to turn my attention to page 2, the bottom of paragraph 6. And At paragraph 6, she speaks about receiving various types of information from various people, and then she acts upon the information sometimes. That's the sum total of paragraph 6. And this is after she had introduced that she had introduced knowledge of someone who kept what she terms illegal stones in a block of flats in Killarney. So that's the background. That's what will take you to paragraph 6. You confirm that.
Yes,
Now,
yes, yes.
at paragraph 7, then it starts that she told you, Mr. Mkwanazi, about this informer and mentioned that the informer needed someone to get stones for him from the owner. Mr. Mkwanazi asked me to get in touch with the informer and he would assemble a team together to follow the information received. You confirm, you see that?
No, I see that.
Now, in your line of work, and I understand witness K to also be a member of the JMPD, my first question is, have you ever worked with her professionally in a sense of undertaking an operation or
No.
as police officers?
No.
Has she ever worked, to your knowledge, with members of your team at EMPD?
Except for the stones.
And anyhow,
She's always with EMPD officers. She stays in the Kuruleni, she associates, she enjoys life with EMPD officers. But in terms of what they're doing, in terms of the work, I'm not sure, I don't know.
and which EMPD officers in particular?
Different EMPD officers. She's close to EMPD officers. I know they go to Durban together, they associate together with different officers of EMPD. North, some are staying in Tembisa, some are staying in Southern Region. She associates with every specialized operations and everything. I know that she's very close to them. In fact, her lifestyle, it's in the city of Ekurhuleni.
I
Because she
understand.
stays in the city of Ekurhuleni.
Okay. Now, I wanted to find out, particularly maybe from members of your team, the specialized unit, do you know who she works with within your unit in particular?
I may not know. She hasn't shared that with me.
She
But I
hasn't
know that she knows everything. She knows them, specifically specialized services. Let me say specialized services, all the units that are reporting to me. She knows some of them. I may not say a lot of them. She knows them. She associates with them, those that are reporting under me.
You make a definitive claim that she knows some. She associates with some. But you suggest that you are not in a position to identify who in particular she associates with. You have to know that if you know it's some.
I may not be specific, but I know she used to tell me that I was with officers of EMPD. We attended funerals, we attended after tears with officers, and there you can't have them individually. So we went to Durban in sport. I was with officers of EMPD. She's an athlete, and they are sports, they're everything. She associates, she is close to them in sport. She's close to them in different gatherings, different ones.
Now, if she says she was introduced to some of them by you, would you quibble with that?
It's not true. Will I?
Disagree with that?
Yes.
Say that?
I'm saying your terminology. Will I?
Disagree.
I disagree.
Okay. Chair, I see it's 13:02. Perhaps we'll pick it up.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair. A statement, witness case says that she is the one JMPD member who was involved in this operation.
Yes,
some
yes,
way.
yes, that's
And
correct.
you are saying you didn't see her,
Yes, that's correct.
but you knew her at the time.
You knew her that
You
she
knew
was
her,
there?
no, you knew her as a JMPD
No, a
officer.
long time ago, yes.
Yes. Now, at paragraph 11, at paragraph 10, she speaks about each one of you having a role to play. She had to organize the informer, secure the information as to the whereabouts of the stones. And Mr. Mkwanazi had to organize.
Sorry, page 18, eh?
Page 3 of her statement, paragraph 10,
Oh, paragraph
at the
10.
bottom.
Oh, yes.
She said that you each had a role to play. She was to organize the informer and establish the whereabouts of the stones, and that you were to organize the officers that were going to come in and take the stones. Do you see that?
Yes.
Over leaflet 11, she says on the morning of the 11th of February, she was off duty. Then she mentions the place where you all met with you. Says, while we were there, Mr. Mkwanazi introduced me to Officer Kisha Lee Stalls and Officer Norman Mackenzie, who were dressed in uniform. Mr. Mkwanazi also introduced me to a man dressed in plain clothes who I now know as Andy van de Walt and who I understand to be a civilian. What's your comment to that?
It's not true. By this time, she already know different people and many people I worked with in different teams, in different units. Sometimes she will come at home, you find that they want to talk to me at home, they will find them. I introduced her to many people that I worked with, except those that she knows them. Because she used to drive, she used to come at home.
You recall before lunch, you indicated that you did not know which EMPD specialized services members you knew.
I've said to you, she had associated or socialized with different EMPD members. You see, I may not know all of them that she socialized this. I don't know I don't attend these social events. I don't go around, you see. They will, after tears, the funerals of EMP, funerals of Johannesburg, I even said, even in the sports,
Commissioner, please try to shorten your answers.
Oh.
You always give lengthy explanations
Yes.
in response to all the questions.
Humble
Please.
apologies. Yes.
I'm not suggesting that you should not deal with the substance of whatever it is you want to deal with, but it cannot be that for every response you give a lengthy explanation.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Now, I just want to understand your denial. Are you denying that she knew Officer Kisha Lee Stalls and Officer Norman Mackenzie?
She knew them.
She knew them?
Yes, she knew them.
Are you denying that this meeting took place?
No, I'm denying that.
All right.
Yes.
But on what basis do you maintain she knew them when you couldn't say who of your members she knew?
I've said to you.
No, I'm saying specifically these ones. I had asked you specifically, who of your members did she know? You say you can't say she knew everybody. Now,
Yes.
here she says you introduced her to these two, and now you say that she knew them personally, the two specifically. How can that be?
I've said, through you, Chair, I've said she socialized with many people. I may not know everyone that she socialized with, but I know that some of them, they belong to my units. Some of them, they belong to operations too broad. You see, I even said, just that the chairperson said they must be specific. They are playing sport. They are athletes. You see, every 2 weeks, every month, EMPD, JMPD, all the police officials, those that are athletes, all of them, they associate, they dance, they jive, they do everything with. Just, even these ones, Mackenzie and Cash, they are sport people. You see, when they're having these sport tournaments, and all of them, they gather there and meet there. You see.
A direct question. Do you know for a fact that she knew Officer Kesha Lee Stalls and Officer Norman Mackenzie? Because
Yes, yes,
the
they know each
the lengthy explanation
Yes.
does not necessarily tell us that you know that she knew.
No, they know each other, Chair.
So you know for a fact
Yes,
that
they
she
know
knew
each
that.
other. Yes, they know each other. Not only them, they know each other.
No, we're asking you about just the two now. Yes, Ms. Silva.
Thank you. If you look at witness case annexure to that statement, it's a chats that she downloaded from her phone, or not downloaded really, screen grabs of chats she had with somebody she has saved as K Juju.
After the statement, ne?
After the statement, yes.
From page 322.
Please say that again.
From page 322.
That would be correct, yes. He's working off the exhibit bundle. And you see that this is the communication between herself, witness K, and somebody called K Juju. And
Yes,
the start of that message, the messaging, has got that message or notice that appears that says messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. Only people in this chat can read, listen to, or share them. You see at the top. Do you see that at the top in yellow?
Yes.
Do you accept that that normally happens with numbers you have not communicated with?
No, I don't know about that.
Come again?
I don't know about that.
Okay, I tell you that for numbers you haven't communicated with, first contact, it will give you that message.
Okay.
That calls are end-to-end encrypted.
Okay.
Now, if we were for the moment to accept that, this would suggest that the first communication between Stalls and witness K is on the 6th of May 2023, according to this document.
I know you, but I don't communicate with you. It doesn't mean that when you know people, you must communicate with them. That happens in life. There are many people that I know that I don't communicate with.
Now,
Some I'm working with, but I don't communicate
My
with them. I've
question-
never communicated
Can we
with.
confine ourselves to my question? My fear is that we might not finish today and you'd have to come back, Mr. Mkwanazi. I don't think that you look forward to such an outcome. You would like to finish today. So perhaps if you confine yourself to my questions. I say if you for a moment accept that that message appears when people first contact each other on WhatsApp, then you must accept that this first contact occurred on the 6th of May, 2023.
No, I accept what I see.
Yes, what it
Yes.
says, what it suggests.
Yes, what I see.
And in fact, on the 15th of April,
Can I, to be fair to Commissioner Mkwanazi, that would not be consistent with paragraph 15 of witness K's statement. Because in paragraph 15, witness K says, after they obtained the stones, Stalls phoned me, which means in February, if I'm not mistaken, on the 8th of February, Stalls would have phoned witness K. So the issue would be different, Advocate Silo, if you were saying maybe on this phone, the first time people contact each other on this phone, that's the message they would get. But they could have contacted each other using different devices at a different time. So it's maybe unfair to put to Commissioner Mkwanazi that suggests it was the first time they were speaking.
I'm happy to confine my question in the terms that the Commissioner suggests, which means at least on this particular phone that witness K shared with us, that is what the messages show. Does that exclude any other communication on any other device? No, I accept that it does not. But at least then Commissioner Mkwanazi must accept on the basis of this particular number that she shared with us, that was the first communication on the 6th of May.
But we accept too
What?
what the Commissioner is saying. You can't push me to accept, whereas he's clarifying it. You don't accept. One Commissioner Mkwanazi to accept.
Commissioner, let me help you. She has accepted.
Oh,
She
thank you.
just won't accept to you because you don't get to ask questions.
Oh,
So I was raising an issue with Advocate Sillo, and she agreed to confine herself to the device in question.
thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
And we know from the statements that you have provided that you have never spoken about Witness K being a part of this operation.
Yes, yes, yes.
And we know from your testimony on the 15th of April that you actually denied knowing her at all.
No, 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 no.
Okay? If
You,
we-
you asked me that have I communicated with her? I said no.
I'm saying on the 15th of April when you last appeared.
Yes, 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 yes. If I'm correct, you asked me, did you communicate? Did you communicate? Did you communicate with her? I said no.
You say at 15th April 2026 transcript at page 222, I think it's ready for projection, we had been discussing this matter of Witness K, and Commissioner Kumalo engaged you at about line 16.
Has the name been redacted?
It has been redacted, thank you.
Maybe wait for it to come on.
Indeed.
Yes. It's,
Commissioner Mkwanazi, it's up on the screen. If you see, you remember I told you about the number 10 on the left column. If you start from there and you read about line 16, where Advocate Kumalo asks you, do you even know who K is? And you say, no, no, no. And then in the context of what was being discussed, you said exactly. And you confirm again, no, no, no. And then it was in the context of the statement by Stolz, who said they received information from Witness K. So you denied knowing Witness K here.
Remember, by this time, you have already read all the statements about them, and she was already mentioned. Then the question was that, did I communicate with all of them that were part of that?
But please look
you'll
at that
correct
line.
me.
I'm
You'll
sorry
correct
to
me.
interrupt, but please look at the
No, I
question.
looked at that side, yes.
Okay.
You'll correct me because you read something from McKinsey, you read something from, who's this person? Stolz, and there was, no, the other guy. They didn't talk about, but you said communicated with somebody. You see, I've said, no, I didn't communicate with her. And on that day, I didn't communicate with her.
I don't know what that's about, Commissioner. The question here is, do you even know who XXX is? The name there was Witness K's name, but it's been redacted. Do you even know who Witness K is? And your answer is no, 3 no's. So I don't understand this thing about statements having been dealt with.
No, I think I misunderstood Chairperson.
Yes.
Because knowing her, it was on a different level, not on this operation. I take that.
No, do
I
you
take
know
that.
so and so? The answer is no.
Yes, I take that, Chair.
It was not, do you know her at whatever level? So he says, he says he now sees, he now takes it.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I have a serious problem with that because unfortunately on this page, we can't go further up because they have not redacted the 2 questions that precede this question. The 2 questions that precede this question, I specifically mentioned the name of Witness K. And I then asked you, do you know who this person is? And your answer was no. So, and you were deliberate because you knew that Stolz and McKenzie and the other people said in their statements they got information about the stones from Witness K. And it was in that context that you were then asked, do you know this person? And your answer was no, I don't know this person. And I'm going to put to you, Commissioner Mkwanazi, that either you were not truthful then or you are not truthful now. But it can be that you misunderstood the question because the question was very clear. And you have to stop playing games because we are not in the business of playing games. This is a serious commission of inquiry. People cannot come here and play games and filibuster and obfuscate. If you are asked a question, you answer it, and you answer it truthfully because you've taken oath at the beginning of the day. Please, let's not play games and let's not waste time. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. If the answer is yes, it's yes. If it's no, it's no.
Okay.
If you answer a question but you feel like your answer is incomplete and you want to explain or give context, you can do that. But please answer the questions and answer them truthfully. Let's stop playing games.
Thank you, commissioners. So now we know that in truth you do know witness K, unlike how you testified previously.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So now, one thing that is consistent between witness K and Stalls and Mackenzie is that she was a part of this, I won't call it operation incident. It's because the two speak about her, and she has come to confirm she is that person.
Yes, in their statement again, they mentioned that. In their statement again,
Yes.
to agree, they mentioned
Yes.
that, both of them.
And by the time you prepared your February 2026 statement, you were aware of their statements that they mentioned her.
No.
When did you
No,
become aware of them?
Remember, I was suspended. I prepared my statement when I came from suspension. Immediately when I came, immediately after that day, it was on the 24th, but it was after my suspension in May where I got called by IPT,
Which May?
2023.
No, I say by the time you submitted your second statement to the commission here in 2026, you were aware of Stolz's and Mackenzie's statements and reference to witness K.
But yes, my statement was communicating with the people that I was with in the vehicle.
But I'm saying you did not mention this particular JMPD member you knew was part of the operation,
No, I
as
didn't
you call
mention.
it.
You are correct. I didn't mention it because I never communicated with her about this operation.
But the question to you was not about who you communicated with, it was who took part in the operation. Why did you withhold her name then?
I never saw her in the operation, Commissioner.
So to the question.
I saw Mackenzie, and Mackenzie mentioned that she's with this and this. Or he's with, sorry, I meant to say. He's with these two people.
So to the question who took part in the operation of the various law enforcement,
I've said, oh, sorry.
you understood the question to mean who did you talk to on the day of the operation? Is that how you understood the question?
Yes, you're correct.
How do you, when you are asked who took part in the operation and then you say you understand that to mean who did you talk to on the day of the operation?
Those that took part is those that I saw and those that I communicated with.
I thought it was a joint operation of specific members of different law enforcement. So you don't have to talk to them, you don't have to see them to know their presence.
But you must know them, that this and this person, they did took part and participated in this operation. I can't finance on behalf of another institution or on behalf of another person that I didn't see in an operation.
I suggest to the commissioners to reject your version and to accept witness K's version on the basis that it is fully supported by Stolz and Mackenzie's versions, and it is only your version which is out of kilter. So yours has to be rejected about her presence in the operation. What's your comment?
No, I never communicated with her.
By presence, do you mean physical presence?
Participation in the operation.
I think, please rephrase your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting to the commissioners that there is no basis to accept your version in light of witness K's own testimony and statement, which is supported by Stolz's statement, which you have been engaged on previously, and Mackenzie's statement, which suggests she was a part of the operation.
It's their statement.
Sorry,
It's not.
Mr. Law, can I also clarify? It's on the back of the chair. When you say operation, are you talking the scheme or the operation at the apartment?
I'm talking it of operation in the context of how General Mkwanazi deals with it. In his 2026 statement, he says the entire visit to the Kilani flat, seizing the stones and handing them over wherever, was the joint operation. It's in that context I'm calling it an operation.
Yes.
Now, I'm not suggesting that in the execution of the operation, certain people were there. It is common cause, I think, even on witness case statement, that she was not at the flat on the day that the stones were seized.
Okay, so what you're saying, you'll ask the commissioners to accept, is that even if she was not at the apartment,
Yes.
she was part of the scheme itself, what you refer to as operation.
I'll call it a scheme, I'll call it an operation, because Commissioner Mkwanazi calls it an operation. I'll go with that word, but the scheme actually is the appropriate word.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You were asking me?
No, she was clarifying, and that you were aware of the fact that she was part of the scheme.
Out of what I read from Kesha, what I read, let me say what I read from people that were there. Let me not mention names. It has been mentioned that she was part, but even though she was not physically there, that means she secretly planned this thing. She was part of this thing, operation.
What did
You see,
she secretly planned? What?
the operation without my knowledge, or she was part of this operation, but she decided to hide herself in this operation.
But you called it a joint operation with JMPD and Gauteng Traffic, so you formalized it. So what do you mean she secretly organized this one?
She
the
was
same operation?
Yes, she was supposed to be there and be visible. But there's nothing to hide when it's an operation and clean operation. You see, for a mere fact, she decided to hide herself, not to be seen. It tells me something now. Something is coming in my mind.
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
Yes.
Who at JMPD did you speak to that led you to believe that JMPD was part of this joint operation? Because for you to say it's a joint operation involving JMPD, somebody at JMPD must have told you that they are part of this operation.
Yes.
Who is that person at JMPD? I only want the name, not the explanation.
At JMPD, I didn't communicate with anyone.
So how
But
do you know that it was a joint JMPD
Yes.
operation?
The communication with Masego said they are part of this operation.
But Masego is not part of JMPD.
Yes, I agree, Chair. I agree, Chair. Then my understanding, I agree, Commissioner. Then my understanding was that they are part of it. Because we've done many operations with Masego.
And Mr. Masego is deceased, am I
Yes,
correct?
yes, you're
so
correct.
he doesn't get to speak and dispute your version.
No, we did many operations with him. She won't even change anything. And in those operations were successful, Chair. Commissioner, I mean to say.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. And then she proceeds at paragraph 17 to say
sorry.
that at page 5 of her statement, that on the 12th of February 2023, this person she calls an informer gave her an amount of 110,000. After receiving the money, I met with Mr. Mkwanazi at a car wash. He then phoned Officer Stolz to come to the car wash. We shared the money equally amongst the 5 of us. I gave them 88,000 for Mr. Mkwanazi, Officer Stolz and Mackenzie, as well as Mr. Van de Walt. I kept the 22,000 rand for myself. What is your comment to that?
I deny this.
So what you deny meeting her on the 12th of February, as she describes?
Denied meeting at the car wash. I don't know which car wash. Denied anything that has to do with money. There's no way that I will stand here and say the stones were taken and they are somewhere and they were taken by somebody in the city of Johannesburg per statement, because I even in my testimonies, except the statements that are there, when you check the documents, there's another document that I got. I communicated with Kesha when the commission have started, I communicated with Mackenzie. I said, guys, I need the statement. What happened to the stones? It was even before I came here, commissioners. You see, what happened to the stones? What happened to these things? You see, they even wrote the statement that those stones were handed in to the officer of JMPD. You see, I even said when I was there many times that the stones were handed in JMPD and we must check officers of JMPD, we must check with JMPD. Then the chairperson said, no, we are bringing another matter for another court. Yeah, you see, I know they were asking me about something, but I emphasize, I'm the one who emphasized that, no, the stones ended somewhere, and I cannot be part of the people who are taking money and even sell the person who gave me cash. You see, I never received any cash from this officer.
I'll take what you've just said. I'm not sure I understand, but perhaps on a reread of the transcript, I might become the wiser. So if what's her name? Officer Stolz were to admit to a meeting of the 12th in your presence, you would still take issue with that again?
Yes,
Okay.
because I even said, I communicated with them telephonically. I've said to this commission and asked them, they said, Luna, everything is done, everything is handed. We even did a 209 and submitted the document to the site officer. Then Commissioner Kumal asked me, they didn't ask me about 299, what's the procedure? How to do things? Do we give it to a person or do we go to the police station? I had to explain, but they've said to me, we gave the documents direct to the person. You see. And in my engagement, again, you see, with the cashers, they emphasized, and they even wrote on top of the statement, my evidence, my attachment about these things, they even repeatedly emphasized that thing again, that they were handed to that officer of JMPD. And I couldn't even explain commissioners when I was asked by 299 because I don't know 299. I don't know how does it work because it's an SAPS thing. It's not an EMP thing. But I spoke about document. You even asked me that when we can go to EMPT, can we get those documents? I said, Cassius is good in administration. And I trusted her. She records everything. She makes sure that everything's up to date. Even their successes, they've got many successes. You see, she made sure that those successes are there. That's what I've said previously.
And if I ask you to turn to page 2 of that annexed, the WhatsApp messages, annexed bundle. The WhatsApp messages, the second page.
Or 323, ne?
Yes. And at the bottom of that page 2, Ms. Stolz says to witness K, please get hold of Juju so he can explain everything to you so we can sort this out. This guy from IPID is evil. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
Do you, I suggest to you that she states as she does because Juju, being a reference to you, knows exactly what was happening about these stones.
Commissioner, can I repeat? Witness K says that the last time she communicated with me, it was in February. That's what she claims, you see. I never communicated with her, you see. And again, I only communicated, I was suspended, commissioners. When you are suspended, you are not allowed to communicate with employees of the city, you see. I only saw this on TV when they were arrested for other things and for other things, but we couldn't engage and communicate. I only came back and communicated with them with after. And the statement that they've told me, as I've said before, is that we submitted everything with cash and everything with them. Up until there was this commission again, up until I was briefed by IPIT again, that they've said they submitted, in their statement they've said that they've submitted everything to the officer of JMPT. You see. Then when I came back, I'm saying one and the same thing. When I came back, I communicated with these guys. I said, guys, there's this thing I'm being accused. Can you submit your statement? And because I couldn't get their statement, I can't ask an investigating officer of IPIT, give me the statement of other people, you see. Tell me what happened to these fake stones, you see. They said, no, the fake stones were submitted, or the stones, well, to me it was fake stones. The fake stones were submitted to the office. Then I didn't make any follow-ups. Because
But-
it was submitted in writing, in an affidavit format, and it's submitted to the commission.
No, remember, the only time we know that they were submitted to anyone is firstly from Stoll's statement and secondly from your statement of 2026. You are the one who suggested that the documents and the stones were handed over. There is no record of that handover.
Now you can check my evidence. I've got their statements that they're saying so, not the ones of IPIT, their statements. Because Mackenzie suspended, I can communicate because we're charged with the same thing at Sitofe Kurleni. Stolz, she's no longer working for the city, she resigned, you see. Both of them, I approached them and said, I want statement so that I can submit to the commission because they've already testified about these things and I'm being included in this thing.
What I don't understand is if you look at that page 2,
Yes.
it starts by Stoll saying, good morning, that white guy opened a case of theft and robbery against us, and IPIT has the docket. Witness K says, good morning, we'll meet. Then she asks, today, we have to give IPIT statements Friday. He wants to arrest us. And it is in the course of that engagement that at the bottom she says, to Witness K, please get hold of Juju so we can explain everything to you so we can sort this out. This guy from IPIT is evil. And I'm saying to you, that suggests that you were aware of the scheme and they required your intervention to stop IPIT from arresting them.
I was not aware about the scheme. To me, it was an operation, not a scheme.
It was an operation with other members of law enforcement, the identities of whom you neither know nor can establish to the commission. Is that correct?
It's not correct.
What is correct then?
It's what I presented before. You see, and I was corrected on that one when I said I don't know. But it's what I presented before.
And what you presented...
And what I remember, Commissioner, there was a time, I think I was back, there was a time where she tried to communicate me with and raise the issue of IPIT. I said, I will try, I will meet with you. I didn't. I'll make follow-up and meet. I didn't because IPIT had already briefed me that these stones were not booked. These fake stones were taken to someone else, you see. Makakula and I can mention those names. Makakula and the team, or the team of IPIT, they were so open when they were engaging me. As I've said, they called me and say, there's this case, this is what happened, this is what happened, and the stones were handed over, but we're busy with those investigations. I remember they told me that, they were so open to me. Then I avoided to discuss anything, because we never discuss all along. You see, now you want to discuss me when there are challenges that I don't know.
Well, their communication between the two would suggest otherwise. I would like to leave the issue of Witness K, Commissioners, if there is nothing else.
I just want to ask one question. How would Mackenzie and Stolz, how would they have known of this address in Killarney and that they should go there? Because I had understood that you were with Maseko, Chief Maseko, and you at some point traveled with him to the address. But how did Mackenzie and Stolz know about the address?
Commissioner,
and what to do when they get there?
Yes. Commissioner, I said there's a word that I use secretly, that she secretly planned this thing. She came to me, we were communicating, came to me with other different things. Immediately when there's this operation.
Who is she? Sorry, I'm confused.
I can't mention the
Witness
name.
K?
Yes.
Are you saying Witness K secretly planned this?
Yes. No, I'm saying that she used to come to me. You see, we're very close communicating. Everything was fine, you see. And she'll come and ask me any question, ask about members or preparation that you are doing, openly so, because I thought we are developing something. Immediately when there was this thing happening and this operation, then she disappeared from nowhere. There was no war, there was no conflict, There was no us pointing with each other. The only thing was said, no, but you are seeing another person whilst you are seeing me. No, you are going to make us police fight. And there was no thing that made us to fight, but she decided to keep it low end.
Commissioner, my question is, how did Mackenzie and Stalls know about this address in Killarney?
That means they communicated with her, because they even called her to tell her that we are with this person. There was communication between the two.
And how did you know about this address in Killarney?
No, I communicated with Mackenzie. I communicated with my officers. I communicated with Mackenzie. That's why I even found. Yes, I communicated with Mackenzie. I can't say I don't remember Cash, but with Mackenzie I did communicate.
And did Mackenzie tell you who told them about the address?
No, I didn't ask about that.
Because it did not come from you, and it did not come from Chief Masego. So how would they have known about this place in Killarney and that they should go there and conduct an operation?
Commissioner, in their statement, they've said they communicated with her.
Yes.
Both of them, in their statement, they're saying so.
And before today, why did you feign ignorance and pretended that you don't know who they were talking to and who gave them the address and who gave? Because if they had briefed you, as you say, they would have told you that we met with this person whom you clearly knew, and she's the one who gave us the address and told us that we must go to Killarney and what we must look for when we get there. Your members cannot just go to Killarney and show up at an address and take items.
You are correct, Chair. When I was there, the first thing that I asked commissioners, that guys, you are here. In fact, I'm repeating what I've said before. Did you go to the police station? Yes. Did you communicate with everyone? Yes. They even said that we communicated with her. Even later, Cash again, I think in a statement.
So pause there. They told you on the day that they communicated with witness K.
Yes.
And you knew this all along and you did not tell the commission.
No, but it's there in their statement, commissioners. It's there. They are telling it's there in their
I'm talking
statement.
about you, not them. They say so in their statement. But when you came here previously, you pretended not to know who this person that they spoke to is.
Commissioner, what the commissioners asked me, they asked me that what did Makakula said to Masput. I was specific on that remember my members were on duty doing this, and other relevant stakeholders, they're going to report and write their reports to IPT. You see, that was where I was specific.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, when you were here the last time, you told us that you were doing operations in Edenvale and Johannesburg, and then Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Maseko told you about a suspect who's selling fake stones on social media, and then you gave him 2 members. You gave Deputy Maseko 2 members.
Yes.
But now you are saying you were with him. It was actually Witness K who planned this thing, and your members met with Witness K. Those are 2 different things.
No, Commissioner Kumalo, you're confusing times now. With him during the day at Killarney. The briefing with him, it was in the morning. But at Killarney, I was with him there, physically there.
But your members
It's 2
were
different times, in the morning and during the day.
Your members were not with you in the morning when he was briefing you.
You are correct.
So they could only have got the address in Killarney and what they must go collect when they get there. They could not have got that from Chief Maseko.
You are correct, Commissioner.
So they could only have got it from Witness K.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, when they briefed you, when Mackenzie briefed you, did he tell you that the person who gave them the address and what to go do when they get to the address was Witness K?
No, I didn't ask them about that, Commissioner. I asked them about going to the police station. Did you go to the police station? Because now, out of the area, said yes, we did go to police station.
Commissioner, I'm going to tell you now, your statement does not make sense. Because for Mackenzie and Stalls to go to the Killarney address and know what to do when they get there, somebody must have told them that there's an address in Killarney. When you get there, this is the nature of the operation. And that's what they would have briefed you on and nothing else. They cannot brief you on the discussion you have already had with Chief Maseko, especially if they never met with Chief Maseko.
I agree with you, Commissioner Kumalo. And remember, the operation was on now. They were busy there. I couldn't call even all of them and ask them. You see, I only asked this one. You see, about them reporting and everything. Then I ended up there. Then in the afternoon, I asked them again. You see, how did the operation go with this fake? They said, no, we got them donor. Then they were handed over to that officer or that JMPD officer. Then it was like that up until I went to see them after I met IP. They say, submit, give me statements, guys. They gave me statements. That not these ones they gave to IP. They made another statement that I've attached as evidence to this commission. What they wrote to me.
Before we leave this, I'm going to tell you this because it's very important. As commissioners, at the end of the day, we are going to have to weigh your evidence
Yes.
against witness case evidence.
Yes.
And we are going to have to draw inferences and make conclusions.
Yes, Commissioner.
And because you say she's not telling the truth and she has given a version which differs materially from yours, it means we must form a view that one of you is lying. And once we have formed that view, consequences will follow.
I agree, Commissioner.
And I hope you appreciate that,
Yes,
and I will
yes.
leave it there.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Commissioner Mkwanazi, I would like us to move to a different topic, but before we do so, Commissioner Baloyi had asked whether or not peace officers, Peace Corps is the same thing as reservists. And I think you suggested that they were.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I indicated to Commissioner Baloyi that I will revert on that matter because from the chats between yourself and Mr. Van Wyk, that doesn't appear to be the case. I would like to ask us to turn to page 631.
Sorry, Commissioner. Are you saying between me, our understanding is not the same, and Mike Van Wyk?
No. I'm saying that it is incorrect that the use of the term reservist and Peace Corps or peace officer between yourself and Mr. Van Wyk meant one and the same thing, as you appeared to suggest to Commissioner Baloyi in response to her question.
My question is that are you saying me and him, we don't see it the same? Or our understanding is not the same?
I think what the evidence leader is saying is that you said to me in answer to a question
Yes, Commissioner.
that reservists that you are discussing with Mr. Van Wyk is the same people that you were calling peace corps.
Yes, Commissioner.
Remember that conversation?
Yes, Commissioner.
And the evidence leader then said at the time that she will show that it's in fact not the same people. Reservists are not the peace corps that you've been discussing. That's what is being clarified to you.
Okay.
You remember that conversation?
No, I get it, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And for this, quickly, if we could go to CJC 293, that is the Mike Van Wyk exhibit bundle, and in particular, page 630. We will flight it momentarily.
Take this and then.
630 and CJC 293. That's the Van Wyk exhibit bundle. Evidence bundle, this thing.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. I'll just give the commissioners a moment. And at 630, the date there is the date of the 12th of January, 2022, at 1628. There are other examples, but I'll rely on 3 to demonstrate that reservists and Peace Corps is not the same. If one has regard to that timestamp and the entry, the message sent by Commissioner Mkwanazi is, "Good evening, Mike. Let's prepare for tomorrow's 2 appointment cards after 0900 a.m. So by the 12th of January, the conversation about appointment cards was well underway. I'll then invite us to page 631. Do you see that, Commissioner Mkwanazi, where I was reading?
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
I then invite us to page 631. And the date there is 14th of January 2022, timestamp 6:06:17. And Commissioner Mkwanazi says, "Hi, my brother, I'm available anytime. The card guy is waiting for our last call. Let's make Monday." And we know that in the morning we're having this conversation about cards, and we know that these are peace officer cards. If we go to page 640, that is the date of the 30th of January 2022. Timestamp 1438,
Sorry?
page 640.
Yes.
The date, the message of the 30th of January 2022, and timestamp is 1438.
Sorry, 30th. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
And it reads, "Leadership, thanks for the heads up on this matter. This is a job well done and needs to be applauded. Please let me know when we can be able to meet up with that guy. I want to run with the report for the reservist with a capital R as urgently as possible." Now, in all these chats, it is only in that message that the term reservist is used. All along, it's police officers. And on that basis, I say, considering that at least 2 weeks before the 30th of January, the appointment cards for police officers were already ready, as I have demonstrated, the reference to reservists here can be to the police, to the peace officers.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Our appointment cards are not writing reservist. You see, they are writing peace officer, peace corps, no, peace officer. You see, but as I've mentioned that our understanding, volunteers, peace corps, officers to us it's volunteers, reservists to us it's volunteers because they don't get paid. Even if when you check with the city that we want to benchmark with in Cape Town, you see, they are doing the same duties that we wanted to do, and they call them with different names. But with SAPS again, with SAPS they are reservists, but they don't get paid. They are doing the same duties, but their mandate is different because SAPS is crime prevention. You see, there's no way in our appointment cards is writing reservists. No. You see, I think, but the way we mention them in different names. You see, like now, today I use most of the time volunteers, because I think it becomes simpler for me to explain when I say volunteers.
And I'm saying in all your chats with Mr. Van Veek, this is the one, the solitary time, there is reference to reservists, and I suggest that that message indicates that you wanted to talk to Mr. Van Veek about reservists and not police, not peace officers.
No, I use the different terminology.
Just that one time.
Yes, not what you suggest. No. I use a different terminology.
Well, I'll suggest that logic dictates otherwise, and the mere reading of that paragraph would seem, or that message would dictate otherwise. And Commissioner Baloyi, that was the only point at which reference to reservists was made. And that is the issue that I'd said I'd come back to.
Are you saying, are you saying in all others I only use it once?
Yes.
No. I'm not denying it. Maybe I use it once. I agree. But the understanding is not, this is different from I think I
Okay.
use a different terminology.
Are you suggesting that two different discussions were happening? There was a discussion about reservists between Mr. Van Veek and Commissioner Konazi, and yet another discussion about peace officers or peace corps. I'm just trying to understand what is the point of difference that you're making?
What I'm suggesting is if the timeline, if we have regard to the timeline, all along, Commissioner Mkwanazi and Mr. Van Veek have been discussing peace officers and organizing cards for them. And we had that conversation in the morning, and it's over an extended period, including the two I have mentioned. And it's not two different conversations. As that whole plan to provide cards is unfolding, this one time, Commissioner Mkwanazi indicates that he needs to meet up with that guy, I don't know which. I want to run with that report for reservists as urgently as possible. So this was a completely different conversation. And hereafter, you recall that they were ready for collection by February of 2022. That's the only time, this is the only time reference is made to reservists, because hereafter, they revert to a reference of police officers. And it's all about the cards for the peace, not police, peace officers.
There is an earlier reference to reservists in their communication. I don't know the significance of it. That's why I'm trying to understand whether you are suggesting to Commissioner Mkwanazi that there was there was a category of reservists that
Yes.
was being discussed, which is a separate conversation to a conversation about peace officers. And if your answer is yes, it necessarily means that they were looking at appointing a group of people as reservists and another group as peace corps, according to his evidence. Is that
That's
what
my
you're putting to
understanding.
him?
And in the context of reservists, there was never an issue of providing them with cards. The provision of cards is specifically for peace officers or Peace Corps, as he calls them, but throughout they are referred to as Peace Corps. It is on that basis that I treat the reference to reservists as appears here differently from peace officers.
Peace officers.
Yes, peace officers.
Yes, Commissioner?
Yes, Chair. Remember, by this time, they were already trained, or there was training about peace officer. You see, as EMPD, you can't train them separate as reservists. You see, as it's peace officers, you see. There's no way that I can change the training alone somewhere and say you must be trained as these reservists. Because to me, I understand it's one and the same, it's volunteers. Unless maybe we are raising that reservists are trained differently than peace officers. With us, we train them. Our training trained them in one program. That's the only program, not any other thing else.
I'm not talking about training. I don't know how they are trained. I wouldn't even offer a suggestion on that. But I want to remind you that in our earlier conversation in the morning, we know by the 30th of March 2022, the peace officers were not trained.
I will request that you, as I've requested, that you check the module. What is the module talking about? That will give clarity. Because the module is about peace officer, not reservist. You see, but I've said with me and understanding, I use the same terminology. I don't know what is different with reservist unless you have another understanding of reservist. To me, all of them, they are volunteers. I can say volunteers, reservists, or co-ops, because all of them, they were tasked to do this. The training was talking and give them the powers that are limited. No one is saying, be special. You see, there's, you can task them maybe and say, you will become an inspector, you will become their supervisor. It depends on the person or else they all report to one officer, like what we are doing now. We are having traffic wardens in the areas where we don't have personnel. They supervise one another. You see, but those are employed by the city. In the areas where they don't have, we're having personnel and manpower, the inspector or any old officer that is experienced become their supervisor in the work that they're doing. But my understanding to me, it was one and the same. I may use in this one a different terminology. Thank you.
Well, cross-check, Commissioner Baloyi seems to recall having seen a conversation about reservists.
I think at 598, which is earlier than your date of 2022, this is in December 2021, where Mr. Van Veek says, I will be in charge of the reserves. Then you've got LOL. So the point I was making was to correct you when you say there's only one conversation about reservists.
Well, where reserves is there. I'll be in charge of the reserves, and that conversation stops. And once again, that is said in the context of another conversation going on about peace officers.
Oh, yes.
Yes, no, I was simply correcting. I was just bringing up that there is another conversation earlier than 2022. That's all.
And then, if then we may move on to the next topic, and for this I would like to refer us, perhaps the best starting point would be page 671. It's still that big file.
Same file.
Yeah, same file.
Okay.
Six, 671.
Yes.
And at page 671, about to flight, it should be, I think, a flyer, perhaps, or PR material for an entity known as Makopano. Is that what you have at 671? Please consider what's on the screen and check that's what you have on your 671.
Yes, 671, yes. Yes.
So this is shared by you, as I understand it, and immediately below, you write a message. No, before we write the message, it states in the body of the document, on the 4th of March, 2022, Makopano received information from a client about stolen stock that was recovered. After further investigation, Makopano Black Ops, together with EMPD and JC Security, managed to recover stolen stock that was taken in a warehouse robbery in Springs. Then it lists the units involved, including themselves and EMPD. Do you see that?
Yes.
And below that is a message from you that reads, they didn't do expletive, another expletive, stood outside talking, another expletive.
Mother truckers.
Huh?
It's not the...
Oh, okay. Mother truckers stood outside talking expletive while we counted stock and had to suffocate with burning plastic fumes. You see that?
Yes.
You then continue, good morning, at 672. Good morning, it's truck hijackings. Security companies are charging 10% of what is being recovered. Please consider it. I will tell on how to deal with the matter. That is then immediately followed by your message again, not within a minute, says from my team. So I interpret that to mean what is above that message is what you obtained from your team.
Yes.
Then,
May I explain it?
You'll have an opportunity. Then thereafter you say, good morning, my brother, the industry has huge money. I've established a team now that deals with this. Now, 2 questions for me. Which industry has huge money? What industry were you talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm waiting for another question. I will answer you so that I don't prolong.
I would prefer one. Your answers are long enough as it is, or to one question. I'm not going to ask a compound question.
Commissioners, our team of track hijacking and SAPS, when they respond with these security companies. But when these security companies, some of these security companies, when they arrive, they are client to the owners of the stock. When US police come and recover, they join UPICAM, they take photos and send to the owners of the stock and charge them as if it is recovered by them before you even start doing processes and claim 10%. Some are charging 15%. And I was raising this, you said I must wait. Yes, I was raising this, showing him that except being a reservist and what, in this industry, security companies are claiming a lot of money from the owners of the stock if the truck has been hijacked or the stock has been stolen. When you arrive with them. They come there, they do nothing, they just take photos and wait for you to go to SAPS, state in and write everything. After that, they will claim to the owners as if they recovered everything. It's a process that they do. I was trying to explain that to accept this thing privately, you can make a lot of money because there's this thing that is happening between private companies and security companies because it becomes their client. You see, they're making a lot of money after that. They charge them per stock, per truck, per what that has been recovered. This is what I was trying to explain.
So were you suggesting to Mr. Van Wyk to get in on the deal where EMPD will assist in securing the hijacked stock, and then he can, as you say, take photos, send to the owner and claim 10%? Is that what you were, was your offer to him?
No, Commissioner, it doesn't say so. Don't change.
I'm trying to understand what you are saying, because you are saying the industry has huge money. This is after you tell him that the security companies are charging 10%. And based on your explanation, I want to know were you informing him of this to invite him to take part in this industry?
No, I was saying inviting, I think, is a better way that he can, with this company, can look at the clients, you see, and start, because they're not doing this with the EMPD only. They're doing it with SAPS and other security agencies. That's what it was saying. And it's very clear. It doesn't say you will work with EMPD. I'm saying this is from EMPD, the information that I got from my team.
Oh, so do you have your... After you had told him this, Mr. Van Wyk responds with a voice note on the same day, 8:57. All this is happening within 2 minutes. And I would like to play the voice note. And then, in this voice note,
how can we get involved? How can our team get involved with this? I mean, we can make nice deals, yeah.
so you hear, after you shared that information with him, he wants to know how does he get involved?
Yes.
Because they can make nice deals.
Yes, you're correct.
Now, if you see that immediately after that voice note at 9:02, you give a response, and you say, I will establish a team. I'm at page 672. I will establish a team of brand owners, EMPD, and you. That's where we will be getting information about hijacked trucks, robbed stock. You see that?
Yes.
Then he says, cool, so we need to start putting stuff together. So this is a joint venture, or a joint effort of some kind, you are suggesting, between EMPD, brand owners, and entities such as the one Mr. Van Wyk runs, where you will recover, there'll be recovery of the hijacked stock for which the company will be charged 10%.
Yes. As I speak to you, we are having close to many WhatsApp groups of different teams with different security companies that are doing these things. That's why I was trying to advise him that, except this thing of Peace Corps and other things, you can even do this business with private security companies, because our teams are working on the ground with these different people, and these people are making a lot of money.
Why are you proposing to offer to private companies information obtained by EMPD on hijacked trucks so that they can charge 10% from the owner of the stock?
That's what is happening on the market. Private companies. Oh.
My question was, why are you, as EMPD, when you obtain that information as to where the truck is, are able to recover that truck and its stock? Why do you involve private companies so that they can charge 10% in what you call a lucrative industry?
Remember, Mike at that time has established a security company, and they've been working in terms of crime prevention. As you see, that different photos that we shared of them getting successes and everything. I was also saying to him, there's another business that you can undergo where we are working with those different companies, and they're claiming not even working on that. That was my thinking. That was what I suggested to him, that you can make money out of those other private companies that we're working with. They're making money out of that.
And what were you going to get in return, introducing this business idea to him?
No, nothing, Chair. Because we're even working, or nothing, commissioners, because we're even working with other security companies like those ones. We're getting nothing in return. You see, they're claiming it, they're getting their successes. It's between their contract and their client, between them as security companies and their client, if I may summarize it. But I expected nothing, Chair.
I suggest that that answer cannot be right, Commissioner Mkonazi, because we see from that message that EMPD is involved in the search for and recovery of stolen stock, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a police officer, why don't you return the stock directly to its owner? Why must you involve a private entity that will bleed the stock owner of 10% of the value of the goods? What is to be gained by the owners of the truck and the goods and by the citizens of Ekurhuleni when you, quote unquote, I'll call it sell this information so that Mr. Van Wyk can make 10% from the owner?
I think I've explained it to Commissioner Kumalo. As I'm talking, police officers, EMPD and SAPS, they're working with different companies. And all those stocks is being booked in different, for example, I made an example with the copper, that they recovered the copper that worth 6 million. It's worth 6 million. You see, they booked in and everything. It is booked. Then the security companies and the client, because they have an agreement that once you recover, that's what they do, you see. Then I was suggesting that you can make money out of that. Not to say I was going to benefit out of that. And I was saying it openly so. Because it is an open business. Private registered security companies that are doing it on a daily basis.
The problem that I see, or the problem for me,
yes,
Commissioner Mkonazi, is that this message that says EMPD and you, that we will be getting information, it's conveying that you would give Mr. Van Wyk information about hijacked trucks. Then he gets to make an easy 10%, which other companies don't have the benefit of. Other security companies, they find the goods and then they make their 10% from the owner of the goods. But you are here speaking about an arrangement where information that has been procured or obtained by the EMPD, instead of the EMPD executing or operationalizing that information, the EMPD gives that information to Mr. Van Wyk's company. And then even if you do the operation together, but he gets to claim based on information that he gets from you, from EMPD. That is the problem with that message.
I get to Commissioner Baloyi. But when you looked at page 671, You see, 671. The team has been established not in 2021. The team of track, before 671, I'm trying to explain something that the team had been already established 2020, that dealt with track hijacking, testing and everything. You see, we have been working in these things. I've been seeing people doing this. I was trying to suggest to him as a friend, we can also do this, not limiting it to EMPD. You see, but I know how did I rephrase it, you see.
Yes.
But the team has been already there working, and when you check their successes in terms of this recovery, track hijacking, it was reduced by these two teams of SAPS and EMPD in the city of Ekurhuleni because it is an industrial area. It's on the stock.
I have no difficulty, or I would have no difficulty with you alerting Mr. Van Wyck's company to a business opportunity or an opportunity to make money, and you leave them to compete with the other security companies. And you have nothing to do with it. You cooperate or collaborate, but you are not sharing information because you seem to, on this message, you are promising or suggesting to create a relationship where Mr. Van Wyck's company benefits from EMPD information to make money. You understand the distinction that I'm drawing?
Yes, no, I agree with you.
So that's a difficulty that I have with this message.
Yes. And may I raise something?
Yes.
And we have already shared with different security companies, different teams. In fact, those that are doing crime prevention in different groups, any success that they do, I happened to get, I was told that there was a success of, what is this bets, you see, that I got from Mike. He shared that because they have been, let me summarize by saying, since from 2020 or since from specialized to establish, we shared many information with security companies. We're working with Brother, but I understand your concern.
I mean, you say you understand, but then you carry on in a way that seems to suggest you don't quite understand what the issue is.
No.
I don't think there's a problem. I don't have a difficulty with sharing successes and collaborating. I don't have a difficulty with that. What I have a problem with is where Mr. Van Wyck's company will make 10% of a load or of a recovery based on EMPD information, because that's what you're conveying here. And in fact, maybe, let me just clarify to make sure that I understand what you're saying. You surely are not saying that EMPD does that with other companies as well, other security companies, that you have this practice where you collaborate, you share, you give them your information. You say, there's that hijacking there. You, VSP company, security company, go recover it and then you'll make your 10%. You're not saying that that's
No,
the practice.
I'm not saying that.
Yes.
I'm saying in crime prevention only. It's all.
Okay.
I get to understand what you're saying.
But you understand the difficulties.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm saying what you are doing now is no longer policing. It is using information that you obtain by virtue of being a police officer to sell to the private company to make 10%. You spoke of earlier of a copper that was hijacked worth 6 million. And you are giving private companies an opportunity to make 10% of the value of that copper, for instance, which would be paid by the owner of the copper. You, as a police officer, are doing that. When the law requires you to protect the owner of the copper, and once their goods, their truck and goods are recovered, that you make sure that they receive what they have lost. Why are you generating a business for somebody else from the losses they could potentially suffer? As a police officer, I'm talking to you.
I think you didn't understand.
Clearly not.
My
Can you try
example.
again, please?
I've said there was a question that why are you recovering and calling the company? I've said, for example, we recovered copper, we went to the police station, they went to the police station with SAPS, it was booked there. Then I've said, these companies, they come after you and claim everything. I didn't say that in that copper, security companies were called. No. I've said it was booked. It is SAP 13, SAP 13 and 14 because there were arrests that were made there. I was trying to clarify that, not to say in that copper. I was making an example that members recover and book the stock and leave everything with SAPS. I was clarifying that.
I too used the copper example because you had used it. I'm not suggesting you say that this scheme applied to that copper heist. But what I'm saying is, clearly here you are establishing a scheme, and you say it has been happening with other private companies. You are establishing a scheme, or at least encouraging Mr. Van Wyk to participate in a scheme whereby EMPD has information by virtue of being a police service. And instead of acting in the interest of the owner of the truck and the goods, you first sell that information to private sector for individual security firms to make 10% from the owner. And I'm saying that is wholly inappropriate, surely.
You know, I agree with you when you say, but our members, when you can check the successes of that truck hijacking task team and the OP entries and everything that they've done, that you could see in our OP entries that they are having there, that these stocks have been recovered, booked in, everything was done, you see.
And if you were particularly insistent that Mr. Van Wyk, and by Mr. Van Wyk I mean whatever security firm he represents, must get a cut in this deal where his firm can make 10%. And that's exactly how we understood you too.
No, I didn't insist. When you say particular insisted, no.
Okay,
It's
well,
not like that.
I'll demonstrate to you the insistence, but for the moment, I would like to play a clip in response to, before I play that clip, timestamp, it's going to be put up now, 20th March 2022, it's page 672.
672, yes.
It's a message from you at 0907 where you say, Aish, my brother, we have tools, only need to marked vehicles. I know you are registered at Sierra. What's
Sierra? It's Sierra.
Sierra,
Sierra,
you
yes.
Sierra.
Yes.
It's the regulator for the security industry.
Yes, remember, it needs you to have marked vehicles when you are doing security work. You can't do security work. Remember, he had a suggestion that you want to put EMPD and what stickers. I said, no. You must mark with your own branding and everything. With Sierra, again, it demands you to do that. All the security companies must have a marked vehicle. You see,
Does the correct spelling not start with P?
yes, start with
Sierra,
P.
of
Yes,
Sierra.
start with P, Commissioner. Thank you.
So-
Start with P.
Commissioner Mkwanazi, if your thinking was Mr. Van Wyk would then take the information and advise the owner of the truck that the stock has been located and receive 10%, why is it necessary that he have marked vehicles that show that he's registered with Sierra?
Remember, commissioners, I just don't want to talk on behalf of the security. These security cameras, they go and market themselves and have clients and sign the contract. But in that thing, when we respond with the marked vehicle. Because there are a lot of shootings, you can't respond with unmarked. Because when everyone is responding, they will think there are a lot of or incidents that we've had with unmarked vehicles where people are being shot at when you check this police versus police or police versus security companies. My advice was on that it must be a marked vehicle if you are joining this, not just with any vehicle.
So then it's not correct that he'll only be relying on information obtained from EMPD after the truck has been recovered and the goods and entered into SAP 13, because a marked vehicle would be necessary if he's going to take part in the seizure of the truck.
When you go to page 67, all these companies are marked. They're having marked vehicles. That was my understanding. They were related. All of them, they are marked vehicles.
I accept that, except that sharing of information doesn't need a marked vehicle.
But
You need a marked vehicle to participate in the seizure of the truck itself.
it will take me to Commissioner Baloyi and said, I don't understand. I've said, security companies, I've said it on even on the first day, that we're working with different security companies in the city of Ekurhuleni. And it is where it is an industrial area, you see. And those security companies are working there, marked vehicle, they respond to different crimes that are taking place in the city, or different illegal activities that are taking place. Some, in fact, are more resourced than even us, you see, because they respond faster than us, because we've got limited resources. When you check the muscle and the power that they're using, but I don't want, as I've said, I don't want to talk on behalf of security companies. I want to limit myself to this.
Staying with this conversation then, after you had checked with
Check.
Mr.
Can I get a small break?
Oh. Small break.
Let's adjourn. We'll come back when Commissioner is ready.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Mkwanazi, before we had a short adjournment, you recall we're at page 672. We're just now looked at that message from you to Mr. Van Wyk, telling him that what's needed are marked vehicles and that he's registered with SIRA. You recall that? Now, immediately below that, Mr. Van Wyk responds by sending you a voice note, a very short one, to the issue of whether or not he's registered with SIRA. If I can we can play that. Seems like technology is getting the better of us here. Try again.
I'm going to work on that one.
We'll play it again.
I'm going to work on that one.
So he says, I'm going to work on that one in response to your earlier message that we have tools, only need marked vehicles. I know you are registered with SIRA. So I take it, and I understand that to mean that he's going to work on the registration with SIRA. Am I understanding him correctly? Is that how you understood him as well? Oh, okay.
Switch on your mics, please. Thank you.
Now, the little clip that I just played you, where Mr. Van Wyk says, I'm going to work on that one,
Yes.
is a minute after you had sent the message at 672, where you say, H, my brother, we have tools, only need to marked vehicles. I know you are registered with SIRA. We had that conversation about that message, right?
Yes.
And then he responds with a voice note to say, I will work on that one. So I'm saying, I understood him, and I'm checking if that's how you understood him as well, that he's going to work either on marked vehicles or on registration with SIRA. Is that how you understood him as well?
No, I've said he is registered with SIRA, but it's a question of marking the vehicles. When you check, I even said to him, you are registered with SIRA.
No, I was commenting about his own response where he says, I will work on that one. So I'm saying my understanding is either he will work on marked vehicles or work on registration with SIRA if the previous message is to be understood.
No, he's saying he's
Commissioner is confirming that because he knows he already had a SIRA registration. He was talking about the marked cars.
Oh, so your understanding was he already has a SIRA, he's working on the marked cars?
Yes,
I'm with
Commissioner.
you. So, and I recall I said that for purposes of engaging with potential clients and informing them of recovered goods, it's not necessary that they have marked vehicles because they obtain that information from you, the MPD.
Are you saying?
They obtain the information about hijacked trucks from EMPD.
Are you saying for security companies,
Yes.
it's not correct that they have unmarked vehicles?
To go sell the information for 10% of the value of the goods, they don't need marked vehicles because they are working off information obtained from EMPD.
I don't get you. I'm lost. Are you saying the companies, it's not important for them or it's not important them to sell the information on company or to market themselves on private companies because they get information from EMPD?
I'll try again.
Please.
Let me give it another shot. I'm saying, earlier we discussed the involvement of the FEMPD in recovery of these stolen trucks. And I am saying the involvement of security firms such as Mr. Van Wyk's entity, in truth, don't need marked vehicles because all they have to do is to present the recovery, information relating to the recovery, to the owner of the goods, for which they will claim 10% of the value of the goods. That's how you explained the process to work. You say it's a business that the private sector runs. Did I understand you correctly?
No, you're not correct.
Okay, please correct me.
Still, sorry to interrupt. What Commissioner said earlier was that they need to arrive at the scene and take photos and claim the recovery for themselves. And the reason why they cannot show up with unmarked vehicles is that there are shootings and other incidents. So to avoid that, they need to arrive at the scene with marked vehicles so that when they send the owner of the truck photos showing that they are at the scene and they have made a recovery, it looks legit, basically. And I'm paraphrasing, Commissioner, but I had understood you to be saying something like that.
No, Commissioner.
Yes.
When they're responding
Yes.
to any scene,
Yes.
let me put so, it must be a marked vehicle.
Exactly.
Yes, because there's going to shoot, because you don't know who's the suspect
Yes.
of hijacked and everything.
So we are saying the same thing.
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Then I understand. So then they arrive at an EMPD scene in marked vehicles to avoid the cross-shooting.
No,
Take-
crime scene.
Can I just try? I understood Commissioner Mkonazi to say they will be doing a joint operation.
Yes,
No.
yes.
Yes, no, let me say, and you can take it from there. My understanding of his evidence was they cooperate with security companies. So they would have informed Mr. Van Veek's company that there's a hijacking, and they will all rock up at the scene, and they are in marked vehicles. They take pictures, and then they speak to the owner. When I say they, I mean Mr. Van Veek's company. Then speak to the owner of the company and claim to be the ones that did the recovery. That's how I understood the evidence.
Okay.
No,
and-
Commissioner-
Did I misunderstand you?
Yes.
Forgive me.
I'm talking about companies responding to crime scene where police have already been there, or or both of them arriving at the scene, responding. Then my argument is that some of them, they don't even do the work. They just come and stand and claim, you see. But what I emphasize that it is marked vehicle that must respond in order to make sure that the scene, you don't get incidents of officers shooting at each other.
I tried.
The question was this: why does Mr. Van Veek require a marked vehicle? Because all he can do is get the information from you and then call the owner and say, we've made a recovery. So maybe just focus on why he needs the vehicle to be marked.
Yes. No, I'm not limiting it to only EMPT. I'm saying at the crime scene. Because once you arrive there, sometimes you won't even find EMPT. You'll find other police officers, other units. SAPS responds, the province responds, us respond, JMPT respond. You see, at the crime scene when you arrive with an unmarked vehicle, there are challenges, especially you don't have this communication radios, because as law enforcement agencies in Gauteng, we are able to communicate. There are channels that we can, there's a channel for tracker checking, there's a channel for these serious crimes. We are able to switch. We are able to listen to one another when we are responding. That CIT, there's a channel that talks specifically on robberies, serious crimes. Then we are able, but if you are a security company, you don't have that communication channel, then you respond. They say there's a car, it is us as police, we don't know that there's a person who's there. You see, but if it's an unmarked, if it's a marked, the approach will be different. So there's this company that is there. But if it's unmarked, we respond, the adrenaline of officers reacts differently.
Then if I understand, and I hope this time I do, the purpose of having marked vehicles is so to help identify them, that they are security companies and they do not attract fire from the police, for instance. That is the purpose.
That's the advice that I'm giving you.
Yes, okay. As a matter of interest, what happens if on the scene 3 security firms appear and they take photos? Who's going to claim the 10% from the owner? They split it? Do you know?
I don't know on that. I don't know. That's why I can't even get deeper to security companies because I don't know in terms of the contract. But obvious, if you arrive, maybe the one that is having a contract, maybe it's the one that claims those that are not having a contract. Because some of them, they are not even interested in this thing of trucks hijacking. They are doing normal crime prevention. And if there's a crime that is happening in the area, that's why you find that in one crime scene, we are having 6 or 7 security companies arriving in that house before even police arrive, you see. But I don't have specific details that what happens amongst them.
Because I wouldn't expect if a security company has got information that a hijacked truck has been stopped, will necessarily make that information available to a competitor. I take it that the information would come from EMPD, really. Am I wrong?
No, Commissioner, you are wrong. In the groups that we're having, you've got all the security companies, officers and individuals that are responding into different crime scenes. And they honestly share everything to one another. This street, in this area, this car, then everyone responds to that innocently, so not about benefiting in those scenes. They respond. Even in this truck hijacking, car hijacking, security companies that work within these areas or security companies that are around the area that are able to communicate and get information, they do that. For example, in companies, you find one company, it's registered with 3 different security companies. You see, let me say, for example, the city of Ukuruleni is having 11 security companies or 10 that are registered with, you see. When they respond to this, but with us, statistics different. I was just making an example. I don't want to say, you said in Ukuruleni, it's just an example. But in other companies, you find them having 3 or 4 companies. When they react officers, or when I was operational that time, you will react with them, it's 4 or 5 companies. All of them find the companies having different boats, all of them, just to secure their property or secure their stock or secure their client property. That's what is happening. And all of them, they respond to that.
So,
ours to make sure that we secure the scene, we do necessary. If there's SAPS, then SAPS take over from us. Then they secure the scene. If it's a crime scene, then it depends on type of crimes, because there are other crimes that you can't manage the scene. If it's a specific crime, then you hand over to subs does paperwork and everything. Then you leave it with them.
Then can we go to page 698 of the same file? Because you pick up this conversation once again with Mr. Van Wyk. You say at the top of 698, are you added at group? Please confirm this is where hijackings are followed and monitored.
Yes.
I take it this is a group, an SAPS group to EMPD, or let me say law enforcement group,
Yes.
to monitor and follow up on information regarding hijacked trucks.
No, it's saying hijackings.
Oh, hijackings.
Yes.
This is general hijackings.
Yes.
Not only hijacked trucks.
Yes.
Who is in the group?
Hey, it's different companies.
Okay.
It's
that's
a
what I
big,
want.
it's a big group. It's a
Yes,
big
no, I just
group.
wanted to know it's
Yes.
different companies.
Yes,
you say.
SAPS and us, province and other companies. It's a big group.
Private companies,
Yes, they're there.
including security companies.
Yes, security companies. In fact, it is them who are in large numbers
Okay, thank you.
in these groups.
So you say it's not only restricted to truck hijackings, it's
No,
general.
hijackings.
Then if we go further down, and EMPD plays a role in that group.
Yes. We're part of that group, yes.
And then,
And I must mention, as I've said, commissioners, before sorry,
okay.
it's many groups. No, when you monitor these groups, you are not going to sleep. I think it's past minus 20, 19 groups, you see. Everyone wants to form, and they're very helpful, to be honest, because it depends which group, which team that reacts, which shift that it's on, and your phone end up ringing the whole day and night. But it's different groups within the city, and some are in Gauteng. When the car moves from Pretoria or moves from Val to this area, we're able to check and communicate with other people. Some officers, they even listen to this group and respond on the radio that I'm off duty, I'm at home, I just hear this on a cell phone. Can those that are on duty assist and respond or request a backup? That's what it's happening.
And then in the next few pages, just to save time, you talk of other issues. And at 7:02, you get back to the issue of being registered in this group. 7:01, something had been shared about a truck that's not a fancy truck, that's not our interest. Then Mr. Van Wyk says, LOL, you say sure. And then Mr. Van Wyk says, haven't received the group. Where would he be receiving the group from, if this is something that is available to all security companies?
All groups are having administrators. You talk to the administrator, can you add this person? That's how. Talk to the administrator, can you add this person? You see,
So,
to these different groups. Or can you add this team, can you add this company in different groups?
so in the next message, and once again, it's got a screen grab, and you'll see that the first part is blank again. And I think we've had that discussion. You communicate to somebody, good morning, it doesn't say, this is Brigadier Mkonazi, EMPD, kindly add Mike to the groups. Then you give Mike Van Wyk's details. You see that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Who were you communicating, requesting rather, that to add Mike to the groups?
Hey, commissioners, we've got many groups. I don't even remember this number. But we've got many groups that are having different administrators. I'll be lying to you if I specifically mention the name.
Okay.
But you know that I've spoken about car hijacking groups, car hijacking group. But I don't know who, because it's different groups, as I've said before this page. I'll be lying if I say it's this person. I will be giving you wrong information.
Then
I don't remember.
I hear that. The next one is where a message from Mike copying somebody's message, which reads, this is Ron number, Ron as in RON, haven't received anything yet, and you said will do. Now, you are actively assisting Mr. Van Wyk to join this group.
Not only Van Wyk, I assist.
No, on this.
On this go, yes.
Yes. And I'm saying this is, what I suggest to you is this is a scheme which unfortunately the EMPD is a part of, where EMPD, under your guidance, because this was your unit, invite various private security companies to take part in recovery of trucks for the sole purpose of them selling that information to the owners of the goods and are able to claim 10%. Do you have a comment?
I've just corrected you in page 698. When you said we are adding Mike to truck hijacking, I said it's a group of hijackings. And even here, are you added 698? Are you added at the group? Please confirm this is where hijackings are followed and monitored. And we are limiting it strictly to truck hijacking. And this group talks about hijackings, and it is the same group that we are talking about. And you have read it, but you want to limit it.
I limit it to truck hijackings because where this conversation starts is about truck hijackings. You remember?
But in this group that we are talking about, it's saying hijackings.
I'm saying this is a continuation of information that you gave to Mr. Van Wyk about truck hijackings and how much of money can be made in this industry. So by the time this conversation runs over an extended period, the fact that you call it hijackings here does not necessarily include hijacking of people. I want to suggest to you that we are still talking about truck hijacking specifically. That is the purpose of this group.
I don't agree with your suggestion because here it's very clear that have you added me, we are talking about hijacking groups. And it is the same group that you even read the other page and the coming pages. But now we are deciding to delete or ignore what we've just read. And you have I even corrected you that this is not even corrected. It's what is writing there from me in black and white.
So you are suggesting that that group.
And it is not a scheme. It is a crime prevention group that all law enforcement officers, that all security companies are participating. Anyone can add any person that he knows that he owns a security company, or any officer or security company can add any officer that will act and respond to these things. That's what is happening. Practical, that's what it is there. And remember, when we engage on this, Mike hasn't even, in terms of truck hijacking, marked his vehicles and everything by that time. You see, by this time, as we're talking here, you see, we're talking about hijackings only here, you see.
And are you suggesting that, as with truck hijackings and recovery of those loads, where people are hijacked, 10% is also payable?
No, yeah, I'm talking about hijackings. There's no individual that when they hijack his car, he will pay 10% to the company. Individual people, and we are even trackers in this group. Individual people what is this thing? I want to use the terminology. Clients of trackers and other companies. And when security companies and officers or tracker companies respond with officers, they're already clients to those people. They don't pay 10%, or any other security company, because they assist, they're not tracker. They don't pay to 10% to any person.
I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Mkonazi, that there is nothing in these charts that show the termination of a conversation about truck hijackings and you interesting Mr. Van Wyk in it, and progression to a different type of group where you talk generally about hijackings. This is a continuation of that invitation you made to him and an opportunity to make 10% of hijacked goods. It's the same exact conversation. And the fact that in one instance that's just referred to as hijackings, it all refers to truck hijackings. And it's because you ran a unit, so-called.
I run different units. You see, crime prevention units that deals with hijackings, vehicle hijacking. They also deal with other crimes that are taking place in the city of Ekurhuleni, working with different companies. And 698, my numbers, 2022-07-24-05-44-43. It reads as follows. Are you added at the group? Please confirm this is where hijackings are followed and monitored. And I've said, you even asked that who are you talking to? I said, I won't remember because there are many people there. And anyone can add anyone. We don't even question who are you adding. As long as it's a police officer, or they will ask who are you, show us the photo of your vehicle, show us the photo of yourself. You see, because other people, they tend to penetrate this group and do their own things. And it is clear, commissioners. Yeah, it's written in black and white what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to change your mindset. If you want to turn a blind eye on this and respond as if I didn't communicate and respond as if there's no continuous communication in terms of me pushing or engaging other people to add Mike Van Wyk. And so it's not even me. I'm requesting someone who's an administrator to add Mike.
I'm not turning a blind eye. I am just not reading messages that you suggest are there into this chat. They are not there.
No, it's there. 698, page 698.
So,
No, madam, you said it's not there. I'm saying page 698. There is the message.
and I'm saying that the groups you are adding him to are truck hijacking groups.
No, it is a hijacking groups. It deals with any hijacking that is taking place within the city or within Gauteng.
The interpretation I attach, and I think the commissioners have heard the interpretation you attach, at the end of the day, the commissioners will make a determination based on the totality of the chats as to whether these are different hijackings, distinguishing between truck hijackings and other forms of hijackings.
You are limiting crime to truck hijacking. Hijacking is broad.
I'm leaving it on the basis that it's the interpretation I attach to the chats, and I say it's the only reasonable interpretation to attach. You attach a different one, and the commissioners will make a determination as to which is the most reasonable
No, I disagree
interpretation.
with that. Commissioners, I disagree with this approach. I get this thing from you, madam. I got this document. Sorry for saying a thing. I got this as your evidence, and you presented to me. You have been mentioning pages where sometimes I've accepted, no, this is not what I meant. But when you are supposed to agree in black and white, you don't want to accept that. You are saying it is me. It doesn't come from me. It comes from you. It is you communicated with Mike. It is you got these things from Mike. And it's very plain black and white.
But this is communications between you and Mike.
May you
Where
please-
do I feature in those communications?
You are the one who gave me this document.
No, I'm saying the communications we are looking at there, am I communicating with Mike van Wyk
But-
or are you?
You are using this evidence against me. And I'm saying, in the evidence that you are using against me, can you read it? May you please read this paragraph or this sentence for me? 698. You have been saying that to me and I've accepted. May you please read that for me, please? I'm requesting that.
These are your chats with Mr. van Wyk?
Yes, I'm requesting
where
that.
you've been able to, and remember, you have explained what you meant or what Mr. van Wyk understood. So I am reading your chats between the two of you, and I say, I draw a certain conclusion. You disagree with me, and I say it's for the commissioners to determine whether my interpretation is the more sustainable one or whether your insistence
Through you,
is
Chair.
one that should be accepted. We can't take it any beyond that point
Through
because
you, Chair.
I'm not, let me finish, because I'm not a part of these conversations. You clearly are. You invited Mr. van Wyk to this good deal of 10% per hijacked truck.
Can I just check
Through you,
this,
Chair.
Ms. Sorry, before you do. Mr. Lo, is it, I can't think of another word now, incongruent that in 698, it may well be that they're discussing a general group of hijackings, but it doesn't follow that Mr. van Wyk's company would participate in the other forms of hijacking. So it's from their earlier discussion, they're talking about truck hijackings, but the two of you now seem to be stuck on, was this to join a truck hijacking group or a hijacking group? And from where I'm sitting, it seems it really doesn't matter whether this was a truck hijacking group or a general hijacking group. It doesn't undermine the point you want to make, which is that whatever that group is, Mr. van Wyk's company's interest was just in the truck hijackings incident.
It
Does
could
it really?
Well, mine was having spoken of truck hijacking up to this point, and suddenly groups are about hijackings. I say the reasonable interpretation to attach is that this is about the truck hijacking. That's what the groups are about. Now, and because that is precisely what Mr. van Wyk's interest is. It's in the truck hijackings because that's where he can make 10%.
I think what I'm trying to say is, should you be stuck at, no, it was a truck hijacking group at 698, not a general hijacking group, so, which is where you both differ, because for you, it doesn't matter, I'm saying, it seems, it shouldn't matter for you whether this is a general hijackings group or a truck hijacking group. The point that you make is Mr. van Wyk's interest in joining this group, which Commissioner Mkhwanazi says is a general hijackings group. His interest is for the truck hijackings part of it.
I don't think I'm stuck on it. I'd made an offer to Commissioner Mkhwanazi that I attach a particular interpretation to the whole series of the chats, and that's the one I'm arguing for. He disagrees with me and he attaches another. So it is for the commissioners to determine at the end of the day which is a more sustainable interpretation. Now, that is what Mr. Mkhwanazi disagrees with. He disagrees with that offer. And he's been raising his hand. Perhaps he wants to
Yeah,
clarify.
I'll let him speak, but I think what we want to clarify, and which is what I think you're disagreeing with Advocate Silo, is you say 698 is about a general group of hijackings, not just truck hijackings. The evidence leader says, no, this group, given what you've been discussing about, you've been talking about truck hijackings, this group is for truck hijackings only. That's where you differ with her. What do you want to say about
Yes.
that?
I will raise two things. Number one, she intentionally read it wrongly, and I corrected her. She said, "Are you added at this group? Please confirm this is where truck hijacking are followed." I said, no. It is hijackings. She said, okay. You see. But when she continues, she's referring back to what I've corrected. That means she didn't agree, or she doesn't agree. She wants to change what was right in 2022-07 to 4. I am saying that she's trying to change. She's saying suddenly, because I'm raising truck hijacking, as if she was part of the discussion 2022. She was not part of the discussion 2022. When she says suddenly, that means we communicate, we change it now, me and Mike, and there's no Mike here. This communication was in 2022. Commissioners. But I agree with what you have said. But my worry is that she has changed this. I've tried to correct it. When she continues again, she wants to change this again and say it's a truck hijacking. And it's not done suddenly. It was a communication that was done long time ago, years and years ago.
Yes. Well, I think you both land at where you say the group in 698 is a general hijackings group. Ms. Sillo says, no, it is a trucks hijacking group, and you differ. I don't see that you can try to agree about it. And what she's signaling to you is she will say to the commissioners that we must accept what she says 698 means and not what you say it is, because we must look at the previous conversations about truck hijackings. I think that's where you both land.
And
You can't solve it. I don't think you can reach agreement about
Yes.
this.
And my fair commissioners, she works with you. After 48, I'm not around. Whatever you're writing, communicating, I'm not there to defend myself. If I don't defend myself now, I don't know what to say.
Yes.
You see.
We've heard you. The transcript records your position. It also records her position. And the commissioners will weigh both versions.
Yes.
Don't be concerned that she works with us. We are an independent panel.
Yes, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we will leave it at that point. You and I can't reach agreement on this matter. Okay? No, I'm happy to say you and I can't reach agreement. Let's leave it at that. We'll leave it to the commissioners.
I agree with what Commissioner Walo have said.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you previously were provided with Chief Mapiea's statement, the Chief of EMPD. It's from last year already. I'll project, commissioners, the portion I want to quickly refer to in Chief Mapiea's evidence. His statement, he attached JM4, which I'll project on the screen for our benefit, where he gave the organogram for the EMPD. It will come up now, Commissioner Mkwanazi. You recall seeing this organogram from Chief Mapiea's evidence. And in particular, I think this is where you, at the time, you sat.
But this is a wrong organogram.
Please say that.
He presented the wrong organogram.
What?
Organogram was changed 2 years before the commission. It was changed 2019, adopted again in 2024, before the commission, in 2023, before even the commission was established. I know why I intentionally raised this and decided to put this. This is a wrong organogram. Linda Klagasha, or HOD Linda Klagasha, HOD Kemi, they've explained the new structure, institutional change. I've also raised it that this was a wrong structure that presented. But it's fine, I will take it the way he presented it, but let it be recorded. It's intentionally presented a wrong structure.
Was this ever a correct organogram?
Yes, before 2019 it was changed. Yes, it was once correct.
It was once correct.
Yes.
Up to which year?
2020, the final one, it was 2023.
2023.
2023, 2024, council adopt, no, 2023 December or November, council adopted it, then we implemented it. Like now, there's an HOD between the city manager and the chief of police. Now the chief of police went down and...
Why don't you wait and see the timing of Ms. Sillo then? If this at some stage was a correct organogram.
And
Yes.
perhaps then for that we need to go to Chief Mapie's statement where he introduces this document. And he does speak about the changed structure.
No, I'm sorted. I understand the chairperson what was saying. Maybe he presented it now, but it's something that happened 2 years, 3 years back. I'm clear. Thank you.
No, actually that's not what he did. How he presented, he says, this is the structure as it was before he was suspended. That was his evidence. He noted that since his suspension, there have been changes to the organogram, and he did speak to the HOD introduced between the city manager and the chief of police. But he says that was after he was suspended.
Yes,
so
he was
this
suspended.
is the structure as it was before he was suspended. Do you have a challenge with that?
Okay, no, it's fine.
Okay. Now, in the context of that, at paragraph 60 of his statement, he references the truck hijacking unit. You remember that organogram I showed you showed various units: SWAT, Speed, VIP, K9, Equestrian, DEU, and overloads. Now, he states at paragraph 60 that the truck hijacking unit is a unit you created. It is not part of the structure, and he introduces that notion here with reference to a particular document you had signed. If you look at the body of 60, you do see where I'm reading. He says you created the structure. It's not a formal EMPD structure. Then,
May I come in?
okay, you may come in.
2022 up until, let me say up until now, but before he was suspended, there are many units that were not part of the structure, that were formed, you see. And as the department, we accepted them, they were operational. For example, you've got drug enforcement unit. You see, that was formed, and it was formed politically by politicians, but it was introduced to the department, it was put under me. It is not part of the structure. It was accepted. There's a position of chief of staff for Ivan. It was not part of the structure. When you check the structure there.
Let me call it up again so that
Yes.
we see it.
Yes.
That blue box, I read after equestrian DEU, is that the drug enforcement unit?
Where?
The specialized services, yes.
Yes, not part of the structure. It was not part of the structure. It was formed 2022, 2023.
The point being made is...
And again, no, it's not part of the structure. They report to me. It was not part of the structure. I think even now they're not part of the structure, but they're there. We've got inspectorate that we establish to do follow-up in terms of inspecting our OP books, because we detected challenges in terms of lack of supervisors. We decided to follow that in order to make sure that the institution addresses the challenges that we're facing internally and externally. And they're working, they're issued with uniform, they're having supervisors. We even promoted people in terms of, I'm trying to answer you now. We even promoted people, and we even took people with ranks and deployed them to truck hijacking unit. He may not come here and identify a specific unit that he doesn't want or is having a challenge, because there are many units. In fact, there are other precincts, for information, other precincts that were not part of the structure. But he said Ekurhuleni is growing. The challenges of Ekurhuleni they are growing. We can't continue to operate because the structure that we had, it is the structure that was there before even were employed when they were starting in 2002. There were no new things that were introduced up until we become part of the management. And we discussed these things as in the management meeting, that we are going to increase our precincts from 19 to 28 or 29, because we've got informal settlement, the city has developed, and the precincts that are there, they can't address the challenges. In terms of crime, there are crime patterns that have taken place. There's a challenge of truck hijacking now. And the challenge of truck hijacking, how does it came in? It's because of the people that have taken over the industrial areas, because they're no longer productive. Now it's empty. Then we've got, I don't want to mention a certain nation, but we've got people that are coming from outside that are having stock, doing truck hijacking, everything. We responded to that. The issue of DEU, we identified that there's a challenge of drugs within the city. It is growing, it is affecting our people. Social crime can just come to counseling, but we need a unit that will hit very hard and targeting those that are selling those. That's why we introduced those units. And there are many units and prisons that are not part of this structure. I'm talking about the old structure. I'm not talking about the new one. I'm
Yes,
saying
yes.
there are many units at that are, even now, we are issuing them uniform, we are issuing them vehicles. From the logistics side, they are allocating them all these resources. But because I don't like certain unit today, I will come here at the commission and talk as if it's only one unit, one precinct. We're even taking resources from the precinct that were well established, that were established long time ago, and say, no, guys.
Is that still answering the question?
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner?
Yes, Chair. I'm saying it's not only on personnel, on resources, on uniform and other things. We're allocating to these units and everything. And when they're bringing success, we're all celebrating. It's glory to everyone. And we are sending these successes to provincial and national, that this unit, like this truck hijacking unit, they came in, they made difference in terms of this, the successes that everyone was accepting. I was presenting that to management of specialized in operation, Deputy Chief Mzolo. I was presenting that to the council. When the council was sitting, all of us would present monthly, weekly stats. It was adopted that they are doing good and everything. But it doesn't mean all of them, they've even done flaws. You see, why are we specifically identifying these ones? Thank you, Chair.
The point I'd understood Chief Mapie to be making at the time is that this organogram is approved at some level. So it determines what is contained under what section within the municipality, such that some authorized entity determines the nature of specialized services to be provided by the EMPD and establishes the various units within specialized services of EMPD, and that is how then specialized services is constituted. I understood that is why the specific units are listed there. The approved units are SWAT, SPEED, VIP, K9, Equestrian, DEU, and overloads. That's my understanding.
Yes, and may I raise something again to you? It's very important.
As soon as I finish, please hold your thought.
Yes.
So the point I say he makes at paragraph 60 is that this truck hijacking unit is not a unit approved as contemplated here in the organogram that you say is approved by council, and that it's a unit that you personally established. That is what he says at 60, and he says no more.
It's not true.
Okay.
Chief Mapie is having a problem, a very serious problem, commissioners. Look at the structure. You can't have two deputy chiefs because you don't like Julius Mkhwanazi. You don't want to accept that Julius Mkhwanazi is the deputy chief of police operations and specialized services. Before he went, he was suspended. I was the deputy chief of police operations. He's saying, Goodman, Mzolo, and me. Mr. Mzolo was nowhere here. You see, his blue-eyed boys, favorite boys or favorite guys, they are there. Deputy Chief Commissioner Space, Deputy Chief Security and Laws, and it's not vacant. This is wrong. Before I was appointed, Goabe was appointed a year or 2 years before I was appointed. Everything is wrong, you see. But with me specifically, because I'm not his blue-eyed boy, you see, I tend to ask questions when we're in the management meeting about operational issues. He decided to put him, so you can't have two deputy chiefs. It's wrong. And again, the deputy chief, he was appointed the year before I was appointed. It's not vacant. It was already, he was feeded with this thing. He took it to the commissioner as it is. He didn't even correct. You see, I'm having a problem with presentation and this thing. This is wrong, totally wrong.
Let me
Commissioner,
just,
can I ask this question? Who established the truck hijacking unit?
We established in a management meeting, we requested to Deputy Chief Mzolo before I was a director, you see. And you present when you want a thing to be accepted. Why do you want this unit? You see, you said there are these challenges and these challenges, and it was accepted. And it was said, when you form a structure, all those.
It was accepted by Deputy Chief Mzolo.
Yes, in our in that management of operations, it is I, director specialized, that directors from the precinct. I know we're discussing unit and structures. Directors from the operations, which they represent different, let me say, police stations, so that people can precinct. And we've got deputy chief of bylaws. You see, we even, again, decentralized bylaws, because our bylaws were done in the precinct. We said, no. Because now there's a deputy or director of bylaws, then let's have bylaw enforcement centralized, and again, do duplicates and have other bylaws too. When you check, it doesn't come out like
Commissioner,
that.
allow me to interrupt you.
Oh, yes,
if I may.
yes.
Remember, I had asked you for a name, and you have given me a name.
Oh, yes.
And that was Deputy Chief Mzolo.
Yes.
So you have answered
Oh,
me.
thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Just to explain, during his testimony, you see where your name appears after Deputy Commissioner Jim Zolo as Deputy Chief of Police. He indicated and he put your name in italics to say that is the position you occupied at the time he was testifying here. Was he wrong in that regard?
Why did he put Mzolo? Because Mzolo is no longer there. He's wrong.
I'm explaining to you what he said. I don't know why, I don't remember why he put, if I understood him correctly and I remember and I speak under correction, this was the structure as it stood, and he added J.D. Mkwanazi at the time in italics to indicate you. However, any errors that are contained in this structure, insofar as a name attaching to a position, is not where I'm at. I'm more interested in the units. You mentioned that council approves a organogram, and I take it also approves and I understood, the different specialized units. Did I understand you correctly, or is the correct position that you, or whoever, as the head of the specialized services, can establish their own units as and when they deem fit? They have reason to believe that we need a specialized unit here and there. Does that require approval from higher beings, council, or any other? Or is it enough for the brigadier in specialized services, even in conjunction with the deputy chief of police operations and specialized services, to determine the kind of units that must exist?
May I explain it? It starts from the division, which is operations. From operation, it goes to the deputy chief. Deputy chief take it to the whole management. Fortunately, I'm sitting in those meetings. The whole management, then it was agreed that there's an institutional review. You see, all those units and the precincts that have been established will take, and the positions that people were appointed that were not part of the structure, you see. And all those were going to be taken to institutional review. And they were taken to institutional review, they were adopted. But with this one, because when I was suspended, no one motivated it, they decided to disband it before the institutional review.
So, perhaps to cut through the chase, you are saying one of the units that is not reflected there that was approved by management and council includes the truck hijacking unit.
It's not one of the.
See that blue box that lists the various units? truck hijacking unit is not there, and I'm asking whether, are you saying Chief Mapie made a mistake of excluding THU from that box?
I just explained it now that it was disbanded before the institutional review. Remember, when I was suspended, they decided to disband it. When I came back, there was no truck hijacking unit.
Suspended when, which year?
2023.
2023.
Yes. When I came back in May, there was no truck hijacking unit anymore.
So do you know who decided to disband it?
I'm told that it was Commissioner Revospice.
But how could he, if this is an organogram approved by council,
However,
do you think he had the authority to do so?
he was doing that. He controlled the city. He controlled the MPD. The chief, the person who took decisions on behalf of EMPD, it was always Revospice. If it doesn't like you, you are not going to succeed. If it doesn't want this, it's not going to succeed. And it happened like that.
So-
you see, it is us who came in and challenged and said, no, Baba, we are equal now. You can't give me instructions. There's only one chief here. You see.
So would it be then fair to send the commission to obtain the organogram as it truly stood before your suspension? And you are saying, once we obtain that organogram, we'll
Yes.
find the truck hijacking unit in there?
Yes, no, there was a truck hijacking unit.
No, I'm
It was
saying,
there.
would we find it listed in the- in this blue
and,
box?
Yes, and check the successes that they bring. Success, the
No,
report
I'm
that
not
they gave.
interested in the successes. I'm interested in its existence. Will
Yes.
I find it in that box?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
And take to know, and you must take note, this box was managed by Revospice, not any person.
what was managed by
This box, organogram and everything. Look at the responsibility was giving. Police, auxiliary, logistic, and there's another position that he was having. Support services. In this, in this open space. No. Or compliance, yes. He was also responsible for compliance. Can I check?
Commissioner, I'm not sure if the mics are capturing what you are saying.
On the first day you corrected me, Chair, humble apologies. Yes, can you go? No licensing. He was responsible. He was a chief of police. He was responsible for chief of police auxiliary logistics support and also responsible for deputy chief police and compliance. You see, he was able to manage and twist and put those that he likes. And as I'm saying that there was a position that was not even there. The person was appointed at EMPT in a senior position that it was not even in a structure. If he was honest, you see, he was supposed to present all those things and say this is this and this, but personally I had a problem with this. I was going to understand. Thank you. I was going to understand, not specifically target a certain unit that is reporting to Mkwanas, whereas each and every division, it's just that I even forgot others, but each and every division had extended the way we work because we had to respond to the challenges that we are facing. We had to be flexible, you see, and present it to council. And the council adopted and accepted. They didn't challenge us. The only thing that they challenged us is that you are taking away auxiliary because we are having auxiliary in the city. You see, you can't do duplicates. That's what they challenge. With any other operational work, councillors, they are not into those details. They allow you, as long as your premises are going to fight crime and solve the problem, we allow that. But there was a question of saying, this is a duplicate, we are taking compliance and security because it's more or less one and the same. We are making one, we are taking auxiliary and everything, we're mixing with operations, and because these people need these people to do work, but the council is saving other people in a new structure. In terms of others downwards, if we present it like that, they adopted it as it is. But because this one, DU, it was disbanded before the council adopted, that's why you won't see it even now.
So
You've made out a good case for us to have a laser pointer, Commissioner.
Humble apologies.
So
This thing touches my emotions because.
just so I
humble
don't
apologies.
misunderstand you.
No, not at all, not at all.
And this time I will go back to the council to go check. And the
Yes,
point you are
yes,
making
yes,
is
yes,
that the
yes, yes.
structure approved by council prior to your suspension, council accepted the establishment of the THU and included THU in that box. Just that bit. Is that what you are saying, or You are saying something narrower or broader that,
No, this is the structure that they presented. This is the structure that they presented,
by they you mean?
Revo and others.
No. If we could confine ourselves to specialized services,
Yes,
I understand
I'm
your
saying
challenges
that.
regarding the others. Specialized services, as far as you are aware, as to what council approved, is there anything that is in there that should not be in there because not approved by council? Or is there anything that was approved by council, but as you say, Rivo Space and Mapieye excluded from that box? Is there anything?
Commissioner, I'm saying this, it's what they presented. Remember, we are operations. It's him and his management, Revo Space, that are presenting this to council because they deal with organogram and everything after it has came to us. But because of they didn't like DU was taking out all other. We've got spiritual care. We've got many things that are there. If you can check, maybe it's 8 or 9 units and 10, or if not 8 precincts that have been established. All of them, they were adopted like that. They were presented like that, and the council adopted it as like that. They were not in details. The only thing that what is this department that deals with local government? COCTA. The only thing that COCTA raised to municipalities that we don't want duplicates, and you must reduce your senior management. We had 21 departments. They said you must reduce them to 14, and within the departments, the top management, you must cut other duplicates because.
Commissioner, can I just ask, does your answer mean that there will be no council document that shows that council approved the truck hijacking unit as
No.
part of the structure? Is that because the direct question to you is, if we speak to council and ask them, give us the structure that you approved, which includes the truck hijacking unit, will we find it
Yes.
or not?
No, now you will. It was adopted, it was taken.
So there will
Yes.
be such a document,
Yes.
which includes the truck hijacking unit.
No, the truck hijacking unit, it was dissolved when I was not there. It won't appear.
Okay, let me repeat my question again.
Yes.
In the council records, to your knowledge, in the council records, is there a structure that was approved by council that includes the truck hijacking unit at any point?
No, they won't be there.
There won't be such a record.
Remember, by that time, all of them, they were departmental. It was
Okay.
submitted in EMPD.
Okay.
There was no council resolution. You see,
Okay.
there was consultation. We were submitting up until it was adopted.
Yes. No, you've answered me.
Okay.
There is no such record in the council
Yes.
documents. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And this is as far as I will take this point, but perhaps to put a proposition to Commissioner Mkwanazi for his comment or response, that in light of the fact that there is no truck hijacking unit approved by council, that unit was created by him alone, and its purpose was inter alia to participate in schemes with private security firms, in terms of which recovered hijacked trucks would be handed over to private security firms to enable them to extort 10% of the value of the goods from the owners of the goods. That is the suggestion I am making to
Will I be correct
Commissioner
that?
Mkwanazi.
Oh, sorry. Will I be correct that we've got personal hatred in that group? You see, because of the way that Chief Mapieye presented it, because of the way that Commissioner Revospis presented it, I don't know who presented it, because there are many units. IP came in here and raised that at EMPD, raised about other different units, other different precincts, you see, and all those, we will turn a blind eye, we tend to focus on one team, and I've said it clearly to you, and I've raised this, that's why I'm coming back now, of saying, it was a group, not a scheme, where I've said all of us who must be in. Your understanding is wrong. I don't agree with it, madam. I've tried to, sorry, commissioners. I've tried to explain it, and I can't convince you. You are biased to your witnesses. That's why you don't want even me to peruse and present something, but it's fine. I don't agree with that.
I assure you, I am
Because
not
when
biased.
you deal with department, you deal with the whole EMPD, you deal with the whole bit and raise challenges in the whole EMPD. Don't become specific too. And I've said to you, this was not only about Mike, but we happened to get Mike thing. I understand, you see, because there's this thing that has been there. I don't agree, madam. Oh, Chair, humble apologies.
What thing has been there? You say there's this thing that has been there.
No, I've said it was talking about different companies and everything, but to strictly focus on my conversation and other conversations, you see. Different commanders, different directors, different people. We talk to different people. All of us, one of our mandates is to fight crime. When we check in this group, all of us were in this group. All of us were introducing different people, you see. But I can't convince you more than this. I'll leave it to the commissioners too.
I think that's the right approach. Thank you, Commissioner. That's where I would like to end this topic. Just to touch on a last topic of the day with Commissioner Mkwanazi. Commissioner, I don't know, you recall that on your very first appearance, I think, if memory serves me well, that was in November 2025. We discussed and you admitted that you had received certain payments from Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
If memory serves me well, they were 20, 30. The dates are irrelevant. They were from the year 2022. That's on record. Do you recall that? You recall?
Yes.
In April, we discussed payments you received, significant payments, I think in total just above 100,000 received from Mr. Hanekom, and I engaged you on that.
Yes.
And you explained that it was Mr. Hanekom repayment
Yes.
of a loan you had made
Give me money,
to
yes.
invest in a business that did not come to fruition.
Yes, correct.
I have since looked at your one account that appears to receive significant amounts from specific people over a period of time. Some are quite significant payments in excess of 20,000. Would you have an explanation of under what circumstances you receive these payments, these significant payments over an extended period, what those payments are?
I will be happy if you can mention, yes, it will assist me.
All right.
Because you gave me document from 2008 from Standard Bank, you gave me another one from Capitec. I was confused. Yes,
But those we gave you in April, they are older. I thought you would have worked through them by now. Those particular statements, they were given to you in April.
I was arrested by Madlanga task team. I was kept there for days. When I came back, it's another thing. You see, I'm attending disciplinary hearing internally.
Okay.
Even if I prepared, I forgot some of the things.
I understood. I'm going to perhaps start. This would be the exhibit bundle of Commissioner Mkwanazi, CJC 164. It's not, if the commissioners can read it off the screen, we are happy to project. I'll just concentrate on those names that appear, a number of times, either a number of times over a period, or alternatively that make significant contributions.
Yes.
If we then start, CJC 164 starts at page 178 of Mr. Mkwanazi's, Commissioner Mkwanazi's bundle.
Chair,
So, yes.
what's the piece? Can I run for a minute? What's the piece? Can I run for a minute? I will be very fast, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we are ready to resume. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Mkonazi, I've attempted to group these payments as best as I can, so to make the task less laborious, and I hope I've achieved that. So I'm going to go by page number, and if you look to the screen, you will see the name that I gave on that particular page is highlighted for ease of reference. This, as I understand, are your statements from 2018, so they would run, I think, 2025. The first one I start with is at page 182. It's going to be flighted shortly. You will struggle to find it on the screen. It's highlighted for ease of reference. And there it is highlighted in yellow. No, in orange, my colors. Do you see the name there, A. Mgwevu?
Yes.
For 4,500.
Yes.
That was a payment in September 2018. The next payment is at 184. At the top there, it's highlighted in orange again. It would be a Mgwevu transfer of 20,500. That is in November 2018.
Yes.
Then we go to 185. It should be highlighted there again. There it comes up at the bottom of the screen for 3,500, and then for page 187.
Priscilla, maybe for completeness, give the dates as well.
Oh, yes, my apologies. For that one of 185, at page 185, there it goes. The date is coming up soon, 24/12/2018.
Yes.
And then at 187, the date is 18/02/2019.
Yes.
And unless I misread this is where they seem to stop. But these are payments probably in totaling about 40,000.
Yes.
Now,
Okay.
do you want to deal with this?
Yes.
Please.
Remember, I've said when I was a superintendent, I think in the last presentation when we raised that I was selling clothes. I used to go outside the country, buy clothes and everything to come and sell. Then he was buying from me clothes. Yes.
So that was for the clothes.
Yes. I used to sell, and I've said to you, some will buy cash, some will buy through this. Yes.
How long have you been in that business?
It died
It was over what period, from what year
during
to
the
what
time
year?
during the time of COVID.
When did it start, when did it stop?
I started it. I grew up with it. I started it. I think 2016, 2017.
Okay. Was it a business you ever declared to the council? Shouldn't you?
No.
Are you not required to declare?
I know at that level you don't declare, but when you from director level and you declare.
Okay.
Yes, juniors but now the council is taking a decision that to declare.
Okay.
Yes, at that time we didn't.
And there are a significant number of deposits at ATMs, it would appear, that I have not considered in this little exercise. And if memory serves me well, you explained last time that those deposits are what you had made from that activity and collected on the sales you have made and you were depositing to that account. So you are suggesting that it was both you depositing directly after collecting from customers and customers then also depositing directly into the account. Is that?
Yes, you know, how does it work?
Yes.
Sometimes they will deposit when you are international. Like you're in a shop, you see something, you post it in a social group that I've got this, anyone wants it. Then customers will send you a WhatsApp or you communicate, say, no, I want this, I'm depositing it now. Then you tend to sell
Okay.
it, you see.
Okay. The next one then quickly, I think we start at page 189.
And I'm very sorry to raise the issue of,
Yes.
it was one of the MMC who passed on.
No, I can go back. What do you?
No. I'm saying the family mustn't feel offended when they see the name.
Oh, the person we're talking about?
Yes,
Who made,
so
I
he ended up
understand.
being an MSc coming to the city, but by that time he was working somewhere, not in the city. He
No,
was a businessman.
I understand. And I'm sorry for the sensitivities. It was the only way to recognize the transactions, and I had
Yes,
to use the name.
yes.
Thanks.
Yes.
Then the next one is the first highlighted in lilac, 03/03/2020, and it's Ngwala. There are 3 on that page. In April 2022, payments, one is 6,000, one is 2,000. Then, do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I can
Then we go
explain.
to page 190. And on this page, I think, please show the full page. Why don't you scroll down? Thank you, Chair. We're going to enlarge it. The first payment,
Ms. Silo, is there no way, even at this point, of highlighting only the ones you want to discuss, and so effectively blocking out everybody else? Because you've got lots of people's names and amounts that have nothing to do with the exercise that you're doing.
now that reduction has not been done. The only
And you can't do anything about
issue,
it now.
It would be too late. It would be to stop the exercise. And perhaps as a middle ground, to perhaps request of Commissioner Mkwanazi to supplement and explain the payments, particularly the ones that are highlighted, because I had targeted specific payments over an extended period in significant amounts, and leave the others. That I take the point that the Commissioner makes, that there are people who might be affected by these, flighting these, who've got nothing to do with the point that I seek to explore with Commissioner Mkwanazi. But because of time constraints and he's unlikely to be called back, the only way is for Commissioner Mkwanazi to provide a statement under oath explaining those payments.
My issue, Advocate Silo, not just the other people, but also to be fair to Commissioner, his financial affairs do not have to be displayed in public. We should only focus on those transactions that we suspect or have reason to believe there are issues there. So,
I
for
take the point.
example, when he's buying clothes or paying for petrol or paying for his kids' school fees, it's of no use or interest to us. And it's unfair to him that his finances are displayed for everybody to see, when the focus should really be on those transactions that are problematic.
It's a fair point. I take it, Commissioner. And we would have to replace the bundles themselves to make sure that what goes into that exhibit bundle, that due reductions have been effected. and replace the pages as they stand, including your bundles.
I had assumed that because you have already highlighted those transactions that you want him to deal with, he can be given the whole thing, but you say to him, address these highlighted ones.
That's the intention. That's the intention, yes.
Oh, Chair, to assist again, they've submitted the highlighted ones. I saw them. I read them yesterday, and in the previous, you highlighted. You want me to respond on that? Because we are starting bad, starting with people that are no longer alive. I said, ish, now I must explain. But I will do that, because I know that they've submitted it. But that one is limited to 2022. If you can take it up until now, we'll explain it.
I think what we will do in inviting him to submit a supplementary statement would be to specifically state on which accounts to speak to. So providing date and other detail to help him navigate quickly and answer to them specifically. We are happy to do that. Thank you, Commissioner. If this is where we stop the exercise for the reasons advanced, which I fully accept, that would be my questions for Commissioner Mkonazi. Thank you.
No.
Oh, okay.
There is a second issue, if there are no further questions. Mr. Mkonazi had submitted, you recall, Commissioners, 2 bulk statements and supplementary statements. Earlier, he spoke of the number of annexures that he has attached. And part of his statement deals with, I would call them counter-accusations about how some matters were dealt with within EMPD, either by Commissioner Spies and or Commissioner Mapieye. In effect, I think that the sum total of it being that they were derelict in their duty in certain instances that he has quoted, and yet seem to be, quote unquote, pursuing him before the commission. Now he's got a significant chunk of that story in his statement. We are in Commissioner Mkonazi's hands whether he wants to deal with them or whether he has tendered them as part of the information and evidence that he calls upon the commission to consider in applying its mind to his evidence in totality. We didn't get to that part of the evidence. There have been no responses and no invitation for response to those. It's his own comments regarding certain cases that he believes were under their direct authority, and he believes they failed to deal with.
Thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Chair, my request is that when you look at the bundles, do not turn a blind eye to the attachment that are there, so that you can check, because I feel that there's corruption, there are other things that have been taking place on those bundles. I know that you are under limited time, but to investigators, when they check, they must take other attachment that are there. But I commit that in terms of responding, I'm going to respond with an affidavit to all the things that you said I will do. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we should just take this. What we will do is to admit the 2 statements into evidence, Commissioner Mkonazi, and I assure you that we do not turn a blind eye to anything. We consider all material that has been placed before us.
Thank you, Chair.
Just a minute.
Chair, there's another affidavit that you said I must submit.
We're coming to that one.
Sorry, Chair.
The statement that I see the chair holding is in evidence already.
CJC
In the-
318.
Yes, That was his last statement at his appearance in April. So that is in already.
The 39-page
Yes.
bulky statement.
That is that bulky statement that was submitted as an improved statement. So you have his original statement from November 25. Then you have that bulky statement, which is not exactly a replacement, but part replacement of the first, where we had the engagement about, unfortunately, he duplicated the numbering of the annexures. So one has to be very clear, which statement are you talking about when you talk of JD 30? So those were the two. After extensive debate, the commission resolved to admit both statements. So we will find a way to work through the duplication in annexure numbering. Then the third statement is the one that we say is this CJC 166. No, not 166. My apologies. 168. That last statement. So those are the three statements that Commissioner Mkwanazi has submitted. Yes.
That doesn't detract from the point I made earlier, which is that we will consider all of these.
No, it doesn't at all, Chair.
All right.
It doesn't.
Is that fine?
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
I agree, Commissioner.
And before we close,
Oh, yes.
I think Commissioner Mkwanazi wanted to raise it. We're going to distribute a last statement. When we parted on the 16th of April, 2026, regarding the issue of Commissioner Mkwanazi's mother, Commissioner Baloyi had afforded Commissioner Mkwanazi an opportunity to file such statement as he deems necessary with documents to explain some of the issues that had arisen and were ventilated. It is that statement that is now being handed over to you. It is not intended to engage with the contents thereof, but in compliance of an undertaking he had made to do so. This is the statement. Am I correct, Commissioner Mkwanazi?
Yes, Chair, because in social media, people are saying you are going to be deported on the 30th. Then I wanted to submit it very fast to make sure that I belong to South Africa. I'm a South African. Thank you, Chair. They are saying there's no Julius Mkwanazi. It's Limpopo in case, no, there's something. Then I had to explain it, Chair. Thank you, Chair. It's on a lighter note, Chair. Humble apologies, Chair.
This later statement is also received into evidence, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you for submitting it.
Thank you, Chair. That will be.
I hope South Africans will now accept the true position as you are stating.
Chair, Madlanga Commission arrested me. They took my passport. Even if they try, I can't leave the country.
Let me correct you there. The commission does not arrest anybody. I made this point to Mr. Mpofu, SC, a couple of days back. He too sort of suggested the commission does not arrest anybody. I mean, I'm a judge, even if retired. I continue to hold that title. It's completely at odds for me to go around the country arresting people. I do not do that.
Yes, Chair.
If other people, based on what evidence has been given here, choose to do that, that's because it lies with them to do that. We don't arrest people.
Chair, I'm raising it because the docket is writing Madlanga Commission. They tried to hide it, but now I'm now wearing spectacles. I can see now.
I'll say I've not seen a single one of those dockets. I do not know what's written on there, but I will accept what you say as you stated, but that has nothing to do with me. I did not write that. And I repeat, I do not arrest people.
I
This
accept it,
commission does not arrest people.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. But I will not say people sometimes do not get arrested because of what was said here. I will
Yes.
never go that far.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No further comments, Chair, or issues. That is
Thank
the
you.
testimony of Commissioner Mkonazi.
Commissioner, I hope this is the last time. Again, let me take this opportunity to say thank you very much for having cooperated with the Commission. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you,
Adjourn
Chair.
until 9:30 tomorrow?
9:30 tomorrow, Chair.
Let's adjourn until then.